So, okay, I think we can start. And let me, as a very first thing, say thank you for all of you for being here. Also, thanks to all the various people that are following us in streaming on Teams and on YouTube. We have... very first thing, I say thank you. It's working. So, it's really a pleasure to be here. And the first thing that I would like to mention is that this event was made possible by the BrIAS Institute for Advanced Studies. And for this reason, as a very first thing, I would like to leave the word to one of the two directors of the Institute that will start the day.
Thank you, Emanuele. Welcome to all of you. It's such a pleasure to see some familiar faces among you, Rashad. Fellows, of course. The idea of BrIAS, how do I, okay, is to create an incubator, interdisciplinary, for new ideas in science, maybe also new ideas in art, because this year we have 2 artists in residence. I've seen at least one who is there, maybe the second one, yeah, the second one there. And the idea is to optimize creativity. So when we were asked to create BrIAS, this was in 2018, we wondered how to optimize this. How can you do that you optimize for creation of ideas which are out of the box, really? And we thought, okay, first we'll look at other examples, of course. But first of all, you have to get rid of this kind of tunnel vision we have when we are very specialized, in order to have a much broader view. When can you have a much broader view? That is when you interact with people around maybe the same subject, but from different disciplines. When you have an engineer in robotics and you have a psychologist, for example, they usually don't meet at the same meetings. And this can be a place where they meet, they interact. Now, that doesn't mean that they will be creative, because one of the problems will be that maybe they use the same words, but they won't understand each other. And therefore, they have to work together for a while in order to, I would say, get acquainted to each other's cultural background, okay? The same is true, of course, if you have people from different parts in the world. So it takes a while. Then you have to get rid of the daily hassles in order to be creative. And therefore, it's good to go abroad. So this is the idea about BrIAS. Let us, around a common theme, which was food, I will show you, and which is robotics now, bring together people from different fields, from different parts of the world, let them know each other, discuss, challenge each other, disagree, agree, have coffee together, and really slowly, we hope, and there is never a guarantee, that once in a while someone will have an original idea. And that's the purpose of BrIAS. So interdisciplinary is very important, and then work together sufficiently long time in order to be able to be creative. The theme for the past 3 years was the past, present, and future of food, climate, and sustainability. It was a great success, and we have at least two of the scientific directors. There is Christian Hermans, and I've seen David Cannella somewhere too, there. They organized more than 100 seminars or workshops, etc. We invited more than 40 senior fellows. With senior fellows, we mean people that typically are at the level of associate professor, professor, or that have a sabbatical, etc. So really well-known scientists, specialists in their fields. We also had a few 12 junior fellows, postdocs typically, and they came from 25 countries, among which countries from, I don't know how to say it in a politically correct way now, we can't say developing countries anymore, I think. Countries from the south, which is also a strange way to denominate them. Anyway, I give you an example, Bangladesh, Thailand, India, etc., where they face enormous problems concerning sustainability. It was a great success. This year, you know what the theme is. It has to do with robots, enabler or disablers of sustainability and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, with the program directors. Emanuele, you have seen Carol, who is there. Anne is there too, in the back. Bram, I don't know whether Bram is there too. So if you want to talk to the program directors, don't hesitate, they are there. Now, after this introduction, I will have to leave because today is a great day, because the new site where we will have our rooms, our offices, seminar room, etc., is being inaugurated today. And of course, we have to be there. There's this U Square, which is within walking distance of the campuses of both VUB and ULB. And even though I'm not allowed to show you the next pictures, I will do so because there was a, we couldn't show them before 12 o'clock, but my watch is a little... On the left, you see one of the new studios. In fact, probably the only one which is nearly ready today, but that's, that's another problem. And on the right, you see what will be the co-working area for the fellows who come and who will have plenty of space there to discuss, to work, etc. This will be in U Square. So I really look forward to when we will, in practice, be able to go there. Normally, we will have our first seminar in our seminar room in May, if everything turns out as foreseen. And the first rooms will be maybe May, maybe June, etc. But let's sure for the next season, BrIAS will be in those new buildings. I talked enough. I thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for creative ideas.
Thank you very much, Frank. So, at this point, a small introduction about today's forum. And today's forum is, you can see the title. Hopefully, you already knew the title since you are here. It's about robotics in agriculture. But I could say that I partially tricked you, in the sense that it's robotics in agriculture, but I'm expecting that in the next few days, already in the next few hours, there will be one keyword that will be recurring. That is precision agriculture. So something that is a little bit larger than just thinking about robotics in agriculture. Speaking about it in a very broad sense, what is the point? Well, the point is that the reality is that farms are big. Hectares and hectares, hundreds of hectares, sometimes millions of plants. But at the very same time, every single plant is special. Every single plant has specific needs and has specific particularities. Now, what we do today? Well, today we have to say that we cannot cater for these special needs. As a matter of fact, even if many farmers, and here I depict them as superheroes, are superheroes and have superpowers, all they can do most of the times is just to apply treatments and apply resources on very large plots, because that's the best they can do. They can only know more or less what's going on their entire plantation. They can only do spread actions, and this, we can say, make not all plants happy. So some will be well catered, others will be not. So this is the starting point of what we call precision agriculture. And the ambition of precision agriculture is basically based on two legs. The first leg is to have a precise knowledge of what is going on in a farm. And the second leg is then, on the basis of this precise knowledge, do a precise control action. Why we want to do this? Because this, we believe, is the way to reduce the use of inputs, while at the very same time to increase the production. So we thought that this would be a very, very relevant subject when it's about the definition of our goals. So when we defined this season, we had robotics as enabler or disabler of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And when we think to precision agriculture in this sense, and we start thinking, okay, which one of these boxes we tick? I did the exercise yesterday night. I started with innovation, then I went on life on land, and then I went on, and I even went on, and I was starting ticking a lot of these boxes. So the relevance of this subject for us was extremely clear, and we are very happy to have this forum today. So we have this forum where we want to deal with precision agriculture. The forum is Robotics in Agriculture, and I have a message for you. That is, robotics is not the solution. Okay, now maybe you feel tricked, but it's important that we have this in mind, because robotics is not the solution, because robotics is part of the solution. We cannot arrive to this ambition of precision agriculture by just looking at the robotic side of it. It's an effort that involves and must involve people from different backgrounds, from different disciplines, and from different sectors. Now, yesterday night I was arriving there, and as everybody I do the slides last minute, and I was looking for an image to explain this fact. And then I thought, well, I have an image that explains this fact, that is the programs of these 2 days. So I'm very grateful to all the speakers that accepted to be here, because we could build a program where there are very different sensitivities, competences, and people working on very different fields, but all focusing on this general idea of precision agriculture. So with this brief introduction, hopefully brief enough, I would like to thank you again for being here. I would like to open the works of this conference and invite you to enjoy the forum. Speaking of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, let me also say that we are very honored to have among our guests and technical co-organizers of this event the Brussels delegation of FAO, and in particular Rashad Al-Kafaji. I hope I have not butchered too much your name. That is the director of the FAO Brussels Liaison Office with the European Union and Belgium, to which I leave the stage for some words of welcome.
Thank you very much. Do a balancing act here.
You need to connect?
No, I just need to. So, good morning and welcome also from my side, and dear Frank, Professor de Koning, dear Emanuele, caro Emanuele, Professor Garone, cher Christian, caro Davide, thank you, dear friends, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Coming in and talking to the colleagues from BrIAS before we started, I made the remark that I have become a regular guest at BrIAS events, and that indicates that, first of all, I'm not misbehaving, so obviously there's something we're doing right in this partnership. And secondly, it is a sign for how good collaborations grow with time and how they become a natural part of each other's work and thinking. We started with the food part, as Frank mentioned, and today we're going into a completely new field of collaboration. And I have to admit that the picture you saw before about the two robots who were playing chess with the fields behind them, I stole this picture for my regular presentation that I give to the European Council that I gave a few weeks ago. And I used this event as an example of how our liaison office works with the academic world in Brussels. And I can assure you that I received nearly more questions about that picture and about what we do there than about the political things that I discussed. So that shows you the interest and the relevance of what you are going to talk about today. I'm also very proud that we are, as FAO, part of the BrIAS activities since its beginning in 2021. And I'm obviously pushing very much and hoping that this collaboration will continue for years to come. Today, later on, we will have Dr. Trendov, a friend of ours, Nicolas, a colleague from the FAO's Innovation Office. He will be speaking on FAO's digital agriculture. And he will tell you also about FAO's vision on the role of robotics within the Sustainable Development Agenda, so very much in the core of what was presented already, and with a focus on the agri-food systems. Now, the agri-food systems, just very briefly, is FAO's approach on how to handle the problem of malnutrition, food insecurity that we face in the world. We know that today's agri-food systems are failing us. They are not working. We have nearly 840 million people who go to bed hungry. And also we have about 3.1 billion people around the world who cannot afford the cheapest healthy diet. So even in addition to the direct immense suffering of hunger, you have also the direct tremendous negative effects of malnutrition, because politicians quite often calculate their success by saying we have provided our population with so and so many quantities of calories. But what calories also make is, when in a malnutrition environment, is that they actually turn the scale around, and you have in countries around the world the Ministry of Health suffering from its budget being pushed to face, on one hand, effects of malnutrition, so non-communicable diseases like heart issues, blood pressure, etc. And on the other hand, having the problems of undernourishment, like stunting of children and so on. So nutrition and the nutritious effect of what we have in our diet is also very important within these agri-food systems that FAO is pushing to support all its members. Rich, poor, big, small, north, south. You see, I'm avoiding to give any classification. To transform these agri-food systems and to make them more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. So let me also turn very quickly to a link between what we are doing here today and between what our office here in Brussels does. Is we are launching a dialogue series on agri-food of tomorrow, where we want to really have sort of a big cover that takes into account innovation from a technical side, innovation of processes, innovation of approaches, new ways of thinking, but also issues like, for example, blue transformation for everything that is aquatic food. So all of this we are trying to focus on in the coming months. For example, we will have very soon another expert of FAO coming who talks about behavioral science and how we can positively influence the behavior of consumers when it comes to food security, avoiding food loss and waste, and themes of that area. All of these elements that are ways and means for us to get to those 17 goals that were shown before. So this is very much linked. Another aspect of like bridging between what is happening here and FAO's vision is that for FAO, technology and innovation and data are the three cross-cutting accelerators for everything that we do. And this is within FAO's strategic framework for the next 10 years. And the idea of this framework is to speed up progress and maximize efforts in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. So let me also quickly allude to FAO's science and innovation strategy. So the members, the 194 members of FAO in 2022, they have agreed on this strategy of science and innovation. And the vision of this strategy is a world that is free from hunger and malnutrition, where the potential of science and innovation is fully leveraged to overcome complex, quite often very complex, social, economic, and environmental challenges within the agri-food system and the agri-food system as a reflection of society as a whole. We need to do this, again, in a globally equitable, inclusive manner, and we need to have sustainability as our highest goal within that. Because let's not forget that according to the latest estimations, in the year 2046, we will have between 9 and 10 billion people sitting at the table expecting a meal. This is the greatest challenge that we face. How to do this in a way that we will have a solid path towards sustainable planetary health, sustainable approaches within the next generation and then generations to come. That is the core of all that we are doing here. Because when you look at the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, I don't think we can think of any of the latter ones unless we have at least stopped immediate hunger and poverty, because it's very difficult to go to a community and start speaking about any of the other goals, the health of the aquatic resources or the health of land, life on land, if people are hungry. You know, this is a logical thing. So the ethics of digitalization, automation, the accessibility of modern technologies, the fact that they need to be developed together, also with the most vulnerable people, to ensure that no one is left behind, are among the big guidelines of FAO's work, and we certainly look forward to working, to listening to what is happening here, and how this can be brought into the narrative and the discussion that happens at Rome level. So in closing, I wish you all a successful, insightful, and productive session. And as you explore this world of robots, these wondrous creatures that, according to my favorite author, have the brains that have the size of a planet and are yet to find their job satisfaction. So I'm looking forward to see how this will continue, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rashad. So some small logistical thing. We will start soon with the first few talks. If you want to make questions, we have organized a Slido place, so you can just go to this link and write your question, and then the chair of the session will try to torture the speakers speaking in such making a nice conversation. And some little things concerning the program. So as you have probably seen, the program is composed in mainly three main parts. The first two sessions, it's more about the general problems of robotics in agriculture. Then we will have 2 sessions, one today and one tomorrow, that are more specific on robotics in agriculture, and the last 2 sessions that will be mostly about sustainable pest management. As you can see, and this is something that I want to say, we have not overloaded the program. There are nice times for coffees, for lunch breaks, and this was done on purpose because the Brussels Institute of Advanced Studies, it's not just a place where we make seminars, but it's actually a place where we talk and we try to foster new ideas. And so please consider the coffee break, the lunch break, and any other event around as something that it's an occasion to speak with interesting people. So this said, it is really my pleasure to invite the first speaker. I don't know, speaker or first 2 speakers? The first 2 speakers that are Andrea Gasparri and Martina Lippi from the University of Roma 3. While I take away my stuff. Okay. While they fix the technical aspect, let me introduce first of all Andrea. So Andrea Gasparri is a professor in control and robotics at the University of Roma 3. I know Andrea since 20 years, more or less, which makes me feel quite old, which is not nice. Actually, I invited him because, well, we started this adventure on starting thinking what robotics and control could do for agriculture together. We wrote together a first project that actually for me was illuminating and seemingly also for him. And after that, we started exploring very different directions, but all started there. And in the while, he has led not only this first project we did together, but he has led another European project and then other national ones on the subject. And since he has a large experience on quite different aspects of robotics in agriculture, I wanted to invite him here. So I leave you the stage and I let you speak.
Thank you very much. Is it working? Yes, it is probably. Okay, you just got a second to pop up. Okay, so first of all, I should have coordinated with Emanuele because you stole a couple of slides on my talk to start with, and I didn't think about it, but anyway. So, as I said, thank you very much for being here. The first half of the talk will be done by myself, and the second one from Martina. And we will talk the last 10 years dealing with robotics and artificial intelligence for the sake of precision agriculture. So just a few words about our group. As Emanuele was saying, I am a full professor in robotics and automation at Roma 3, and our research area are in the field of robotics, multi-agent system, network and control, but we do a lot of application of those methodologies in the context of precision agriculture. I like to show this slide because apart from the little experiment that we did like 10 years ago in the lab, the one in the bottom on the right, which I keep there most for a nostalgic reason than anything else because it's quite old, what I want to focus is on the fact that the majority of our activities from the experimental point of view are done with robots outside, which is the most challenging scenario that you can think about. And many of you already know, when you deal with agriculture, it's tremendously complicated, the context in which you are working with. So you can see, for example, on the top an example of autonomous navigation in a dynamical environment. You can see on the right an example of localization and mapping in an orchard. Clearly, if the robot doesn't know where it is, basically it cannot do anything. So this is one of the basic operations that we have to do. On the bottom, you see an example of a distributed coordination done with UAVs in collaboration with Virginia Tech. In that case, we had, for instance, drones with limited field of view. We wanted to show that we can create formation, we can maintain connectivity, and everything has been formally proved mathematically. So this is the experimental version, something that is theoretically very sound. Okay? And if you're interested about our activities, you can have a look on our webpage. I don't know where I am creating an echo, probably from the, I don't know, sometimes. Oh, that's the point. All right. Yeah, I like to look at it. That's the reason. Okay. All right, so let's move on. Again, Emanuele pretty much stole the first slide, then I thought, well, but I can get away with it, you know, that's the idea. So he said something important, that's the idea is to go to the needs of every single plant. I mean, a more formal definition that I found online is, as you can read here, is a farming management strategy that tries to do three things. Implement sustainable agricultural models, ensure food security, that is a problem that has been spoken about a few minutes ago, and mitigate one of the main issues that, I mean, I will tell later that the way in which all the projects that have been coordinated have been created is that we started also, the first one clearly with Emanuele, talking with the people that work in the field and try to understand what their needs are and try to build a story and a narrative and a research about that, not the way around, which is something that sometimes happens, right? And one of the things that every time that I speak with people that work in this area, they tell me is that they need workforce. And this is one of the main issues that they are facing. And so, but this definition is cool, it's okay, it's formal, but I say, well, can I try a very simple way to explain what precision agriculture is about? And then I start reading some papers, some reviews, things like that, think also myself, and I found a definition that I have to say, I don't remember the paper, but I will not take the credit for this definition, but I love it. Because one simple way to explain what this precision agriculture is about is it means to do the right thing in the right spot at the right moment. And this is so intuitive to understand. What is not probably so simple to understand is what is behind that. In order to be able to do the right thing in the right spot at the right moment, you need to develop an infrastructure that allows you to measure, understand, compute, react, and that's what you see in the right on the picture. What we call in our field a control loop, in which you continuously keep monitoring, keep measuring, keep analyzing data, and keep performing certain operation in order to solve and tackle in a specific way some problems, okay? So at this point, I can go on and say, okay, this is the setting of precision agriculture. Then my question is, how can robotics really help in this context? Well, I mean, robots have a lot of strengths, right? So one thing that for sure we can do is that they can work in hostile conditions. So in a hostile environment, they can be employed successfully. They can reduce the drudgery because, I mean, agriculture is a very heavy scenario to work with, and people get tired at the end of the day when you do those kind of activities. So we can help reducing the drudgery. And clearly, we can introduce repeatability, operational consistency, and what is going to be the benefit of having a robot in the field? For sure, we can improve the production quality, because if we are able to improve the status of the health of the plants, as a result, also the production will improve. We can support the sustainability, because as Emanuele was saying before, you stole it, we can diminish the amount of chemical inputs that we might need. And the third thing that to me is not, let's say, something collateral, but is actually a focal point of this discussion, we can bring back the yacht to agriculture. One of the things that we are experiencing is that the new generations are moving towards more, let's say, how can I say, comfortable working condition. This probably makes sense. And agriculture, so far, the idea that we have about agriculture doesn't look like that. But if we are able to bring to this field cool technology, reduce the drudgery, have robots, it might sound like a cool environment to work with, right? So in this way, we hope we can bring back yacht to agriculture. With that said, then the question becomes, well, but what should have a robotic technology in order to be actually useful in agricultural settings? Then again, I started reading, checking, and the cool definition that I found is like an agricultural robot is a robot that can do agricultural operation. That's right. I mean, that's smart. But besides from the jokes, I mean, what should have our robots in order to be really useful in the agricultural setting? Then I tried to come up with a taxonomy, which is also based on the experience that we collected over the last 10 years, and with the kind of philosophical approach that I will describe later on that we are having towards using robots and artificial intelligence in the context of precision agriculture. For sure, the robot should be safe. Why safe? Because in the kind of approach that Martina will probably highlight way better than me when she will be talking about cannabis, we want to have a paradigm which is not the robot will replace the human. We want the robot to share the workspace with the human and collaborate with the human, taking away all the drudgery, but the human should remain there for a very simple reason. We need to be pragmatic. Agriculture is a very challenging job. And perhaps in a lot of years, we will have full automation. But I prefer to believe that a paradigm in which the robot is able to do 90% of the work, and when there is an unexpected difficulty, it rises an hand, it requires the help of a human supervisor, which is way more experienced, brilliant, he has a real brain, can be a more effective paradigm. Because in this way, you can build robots that are less expensive, less complicated, and you can keep the human in the loop, okay? But this implies that if we share the workspace, we shouldn't be killing a farm worker every single day, because otherwise we will help the shortage of farm workers rather than solving the problem. So safety is crucial, not only for the human, also for the animal and the infrastructure that you can have around. We are doing a project that Martina will discuss a little bit more about a double grape vineyard. And there is a big infrastructure which is called the pergola, and if the robot is not able to move safely around and will crush things out, the economical damage is way worse than what we are going to provide, right? The second point is flexibility. Why should a robot be flexible? Well, this is pretty much an economical motivation. A robotic solution is not going to be cheap. It can become cheaper over the years because technology improves, robustness improves, things cost less from a technological standpoint, but will never be extremely cheap. Therefore, it has to be flexible. We need to be able to use this robot to do several different things in such a way that we can amortize the cost of the robot itself. And the third keyword that I wanted to use, and to me this is the most compelling, interesting, and challenging from a research standpoint, is the adaptability. If you go on a field, think about what a robot will do. A robot will use probably a camera or a LiDAR. I want to use a camera because it better gives the idea of what I'm going to talk about, as his eyes, right? Well, if you look in a field at 7 in the morning, never happened to me, earlier than 10 probably. But anyway, I know that about 7 in the morning, at noon, or at 5, the light conditions will be drastically different, even within the same day. So if the algorithm, if the intelligence that you are developing are not smart enough to adapt to different conditions, to different environmental conditions, something that perhaps in an industrial field is not a real problem because everything is well defined, but agriculture means having a partially unknown, extremely dynamical and challenging environment. And if your solution is not adaptable, your algorithm is never going to run fine, all right? So to me, those are 3 keywords that a robotic solution should have in order to be potentially used in an agricultural setting. With that said, I will start talking about the first project that we developed together. The name is Pantheon, and we had 6 units in this consortium. We have those units coming from 4 different countries. There are 4 universities. We have Roma Tre, which is my university. We had the pleasure and the honor to coordinate this project. Then we had ULB with Emanuele. We worked a lot together on this project. There was the University of Trier that focused perhaps more on the perception part. And then there was Università degli Studi della Tuscia in Viterbo, that are the guys that we worked with are also here today. So you will also hear from their point of view later on. I hope there won't be any contradiction about what we are saying, but otherwise. And then we had a small and medium enterprise, which is a Sigma Consulting. Then there was a large enterprise, which is probably Ferrero, that I guess everybody knows. This project was about 3 million of funding from the EU, and the duration was from November of 2017 until October of 2021, so 4 years of a project. And as I said, I had the pleasure and honor to coordinate it. So what was this project about? This project was about what Emanuele briefly said at the beginning, which I will try to expand a little bit and argue on. The idea is that, if we want to make it simple, we really wanted to implement the precision agriculture paradigm, because our idea was we want to be able to reach the resolution of the single tree in terms of what we can monitor and where we can act. That's it, as simple as that. There is this picture in which you see a large orchard. The difference between what Emanuele showed and what I showed is that Emanuele was a picture of a fumetto in English, doesn't come to me, comics, and here is a real one, but at the end of the day, what he showed is pretty much the same thing. It's a huge extended area where you would like to be able to understand that the little guy over there somewhere has an issue, and you would like to act on that issue in a very precise way without disturbing who is around. Because, I mean, the problem is that disturbing who is around may even means to make their life worse. That's the point. So you want to be calibrated on a single plan, all right? So, and what did we come up with? Our idea was to take the classical SCADA architecture, which is a standard de facto in the industrial sector, and develop an agricultural equivalent of it. Our idea is that to have this infrastructure in which we have robots moving in the field, aerial and ground robots collecting data, sending this data to a central unit. The central unit will process them, will provide the decision support system for the farmer, telling guys this area there is an issue, the plant are not in the health status that we expect, and there may be other operations for which we can be completely autonomous. For instance, one thing that we developed together was the sucker control, as you will see in the next slide, in which we didn't need to tell the farmer there is an issue. We just would send the robots. We developed the technologies and the research to make this operation fully automatized. Again, what we had from the beginning when we created this project with Emanuele, I need to give him credit too because he was next to my side the whole way from the concept till the end. We always kept this idea of being pragmatic. Like we didn't want to shoot to the moon. We just wanted to understand what we could do better and how we could do it, right? So this pragmatic approach meant that if something was too complicated, we just would, how can I say, we just would, I don't want to say skip the problem, but try to work the way around, and rather than make things that were too complicated, try a more practical solution. A very simple example. Back in the days, it was 2016, when we started talking about this project, we talked about some fundamental operation like sucker control, pruning, and then we realized that with the technology that we had and the needs that they have, doing a full automated pruning operation would be too complicated. And we thought, how can we resolve this? Well, they realized that what the farmers were really telling us is that their issue was not the fact that they didn't have enough men able to cut the branches. They didn't have enough specialized laborers. So rather than have a full automatization, we came up, as you will see later, with a way to provide suggestions to the farmers in such a way that everybody can go with a saw probably and cut a branch. The question becomes, which branch should I cut? Okay? All right. With that said, let's move on what it is, the impact of a project like that. You can see that everything comes from the same comics. So thankfully, we didn't choose even the same part to it. So, well, I mean, if you can improve, it's obvious. If you can improve the state of the health of the plants, you, as a byproduct, improve the production, right? You can have a more environmental friendly management because you reduce the usage of chemical inputs, and you can also reduce the drudgery by automatizing certain tedious and repetitive operations. The experimental part has been done in this area, which is around the municipality of Nepi, which you can see from the screenshot of Google Maps. It takes pretty much an hour from the airport. It may take even more from the center of Rome if you are in the right day. And we had more than 1 hectare over which we did our experimental validation. We had 2 different kind of plants, young and adult, because clearly to have a very, let's say, consistent validation, we needed to validate our experiment across plants with a different age, they had different needs. Valeria will tell you much more about that. And the varieties, I think I can skip because for me it's just 2 names. All right? So first operation that we fully automatized, the removal of the suckers. Everybody probably doesn't know what a sucker is, but I didn't know what a sucker was. He will give more detail. For now, I can tell you the following. Look at the picture. There is the main trees, and then there is these little guys green over there. And we want to just remove them because they are going to suck all the nutrient that should go to the main part of the plant. So what we did here, we developed a fully automatized solution in which we have a robot that moves around, is able to detect where the suckers are, is able to understand how big they are and what is their vigor from an agronomic standpoint. And according to their vigor, which we related to the size of the surface, we understand how much herbicides to give. We basically did something very simple. We took Valerio in the field. We asked him, look at this sucker. He didn't know the actual volume, the surface of the sucker, but he had the experience, right? So what he did, he told me for this sucker, I would give this amount of herbicide. For this sucker, I would give this amount. And then we did what an engineer will do, a very simple interpolation. And we came up with a relationship, a linear relationship, that relates the surface of a sucker to the amount of herbicide that you should use. And then the robot gets there, autonomously figure out the surface, identify how much herbicides has to be given, and that's it. This is a tremendous breakthrough. Why? Because first of all, we can treat each plant individually. But once you treat them individually, you can even shift the paradigm and use, rather than chemical input, also organic ones, which wouldn't be affordable unless you use them in a precise and calibrated way. The second thing that I want to talk, and then I will leave the floor to Martina, is, no, Martina? Yeah, no, but anyway. And yes, but it's a slide. So the second thing that is important is about what I said before, the pruning suggestion. So here the idea, as I said before, is that most of the times the real problem is that they do not have specialized farm workers, which doesn't know exactly where we should cut. Our approach was, again, pragmatic. We came up with a solution which we could do the 3D reconstruction of the tree. Then we simply took a huge agronomical book of that size, and we asked Valerio, can you help us to understand what is the verbal protocol that an agronomist would use? And we simply translated this protocol in a computer science version of it, which would understand the branches. I mean, there were rules like all the branches that look inwards, they will somehow affect the fact that the lights can go through the tree, remove them. All the ones that look too much outside, cut them. So we came out with this algorithm that can provide suggestions to the agronomist. The agronomist or the farmer will go to the field with a tablet. The tree will be georeferenced with respect to the tablet. He will see that there is a branch to cut, and he will simply cut it, regardless whether he knew what to cut or not. Okay? So, last point, the part concerning the pest control. Again, also here, the approach has been quite pragmatic. Apart from all the regulation problems that wouldn't allow us, as far as Stefano and Mario was telling me, that we cannot automatize the treatment anyway for the sake of the regulations. But the point is different. What we wanted to do here, we have an IPM pipeline, let's say, and we wanted to automatize the portion of this IPM pipeline that was the most tedious. Which one is it? Not that much to apply the treatment, but to go constantly every day to check whether the alert flag rises above a certain level that we say, hey, we have to do something. And what we simply did, we simply would send the robot on the field. It would check for us whether the number of bugs that we could find in this trap, this is a real setting, if the number of bugs that you can identify among all the disturbance and can be leaves or things like that is above a certain threshold, that for an agronomist or an entomologist, means, I always joke with them about this, it means that they need to go and perform a certain treatment. With that, I think I close my part. I want to leave the floor to Martina, who will talk about the second project that we are.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks for the invitation. So now I'm going to talk about Canopy's project. This is, again, an European project. It's a bit larger than the previous one. It involves 10 units, and Uniromatrei is the coordinator of this project as well. And I will skip this cost part and so on. I want to talk about the vision of this project. So this project goes into the direction of what Emanuele said at the beginning, that robotics is only part of the solution to achieve this precision agriculture paradigm. And in particular, in this project, we propose this collaborative paradigm between humans and robots that work in the same environment. And in this case, we have a vineyard as a case study, and can perform together really complex operations. So more specifically, we have two kinds of robots that are agricultural robots, which are equipped with arms and a torso and can perform agronomic operations. So they can harvest the bunches, or they can prune the branches during the winter. And then we have some logistic robots that perform some logistic operations. So they can move the boxes. So once the box is full of bunches, it should be replaced with an empty one. And once a box is full of removed branches, it should be replaced with an empty one. And the idea is that these two kinds of robots can cooperate with the human operators. So for doing that, we need to realize some human-robot interaction methodologies that allow humans and robots to interact in the same environment and also to coexist in the same environment. So of course, we need to ensure the human safety at all times. Then we need to realize these human-robot collaboration strategies, which allow to actually perform the operations together. So we can see the second picture there, where the robot and the human are performing together an operation. And for doing that, they could also explicitly communicate using natural language and so on. And then, since we want to work in large environment, we also want to have a solution that's scalable. So we want to also use multi-robot systems. And this is a bit the idea of this project. What we expect to reach with this approach, we expect to be able to handle a really high complexity of the environment, since we can use the cognitive skills of the humans when the robot is not able to work autonomously. We, of course, also want to mitigate the shortage of agricultural labor, as Andrea mentioned. And we also aim to make this setting more appealing for the young generation and also promote this gender equality, since we will not need to do the hard job on the field, but the robot will do that, and the human only needs to help when needed. And this is a bit the context where we work. So this is a pergola system where the bunches are on the top, and this is located in Aprilia. It's close to Rome. Here we can see also the gray bunches that we have to manipulate. And this case study is particularly challenging because the table grape bunches are fragile items, and we need to preserve their appearance. So they need to be beautiful in order to be sold. So we need to be really careful when we manipulate them. And also this pergola system is cool, but it's really high. So I'm not that tall, but I couldn't reach a lot of bunches. So also for the robot, it's difficult because it has to work in really challenging conditions. And then also all these leaves and bunches create like a shield for the GPS signal. So the navigation as well becomes challenging. Okay, so first of all, in order to have these robots that can collaborate with the human, we need the robots to be able to navigate. So we developed this navigation architecture, which is based on landmark. Here I will not go into the details, but we have an extended Kalman filter, which estimates the robot pose and also the map of the environment, and another filter that estimates the planting pattern to improve this localization and mapping. So here we can see the robot moving around, recognizing the poles that represent the map, and localizing itself. And then, since we have these two kinds of robots, logistic and farming ones, we also need to realize this box exchange operation. That means that we need to coordinate the motion of these two robots. So here we can see this scenario where the logistic robot is approaching the farming one to exchange the box. And of course, in doing that, we need to be really precise, even if the terrain is uneven. Otherwise, we cannot get the box exchanged between the two platforms. And here it is. So we can exchange the box. Let me skip a bit. We also, of course, want to have humans in the field because that's the paradigm of this project. So, of course, we also need to develop a navigational architecture that's able to ensure the human safety. So here we can see that the logistic robot has to exchange the box, but there are a lot of humans moving around. and their safety is ensured. So we will not kill humans in the field. And then again, once the humans are not around, the box exchange operation is completed. And now I said one of the basic operations we want to perform is the harvesting. So of course we need to be able to identify the bunches and also the peduncle. That's the part we should actually cut. So for this part, we of course use machine learning techniques, and we use the mask RCNN network. And then of course we need to estimate the quality of these bunches. So again, machine learning was employed at this stage. And the images were collected using also this BrIAS system. And then we could recognize some quality parameters, like the color, the shape, the sugar content, and so on. And now, putting these things together, we can actually perform the autonomous harvesting. So here we can see the full farming robot, which is this manipulator mounted on a mobile base. It approaches the area where it has to harvest the bunches. And now it should stop. It can move the head around to visualize the bunches. Now it's taking its time. Now we have the bunches. We select the one to harvest. And then it starts moving. Of course, this is a prototype, so everything is quite slow. This is also faster than reality. Now it's approaching the bunch, and it will put it in the box sooner or later. It's almost done. For doing that, of course, it uses a finite state machine to understand what's the stage of the operation, and now it's putting the bunch in the box. But then, as I said, the environment is particularly complex. So these bunches are really a lot. There are a lot of leaves that can occlude the peduncle. So when the robot is not able to autonomously perform the harvesting operation, it can ask for the human help. So now the robot was going to approach a bunch, but the peduncle, as you can see, is not visible. So it cannot understand where actually it should cut the bunch. So it asks for the human help. And here there is an admittance controller which makes the robot compliant, and the human can help the robot. So here I will go faster. And now it's helping the robot to cut the bunch and put it in the box. And the idea is that the human now helps, but then the robot should also be able to learn from what the human showed in order to be smarter the next time. And then last part of this project is also this virtual reality environment, where we have this digital twin of the real system. So both the robots and the pergola system are reproduced in this virtual environment. And here we can see also this setting for the learning from demonstration part. And this is extremely useful because we can realize all the control algorithms, perception algorithms, and also this learning from demonstration part using the virtual reality. And this was realized using Unity engine. So this concludes the presentation, and thanks a lot for the attention.
Andrea for the nice presentation. So since we are a little bit short with the timing, I would introduce directly the next speaker, to whom I have to put the computer, among the various things. So then the next speaker is Valerio Cristofori from the University of Tuscia in Italy, and he's an agronomist. And we did on purpose that the first 4 talks are given by people with a quite different background. So we first had the engineer speaking about robotics in agriculture. I'm sorry I woke up without voice today. And now I asked Valerio, who's an agronomist and who's professor at the University of Tuscia in Italy, to speak about the same subject. In fact, I gave him the same title, and I just changed the last word from the vision of, there we are, from of an agronomist to the vision of from the vision of an engineer to the vision of an agronomist. I think that Andrea took with him the stick. There is one piece missing.
Yeah, because we know.
Okay.
Probably you.
Okay. Well, you can.
Yeah, I can use it.
You can just use this.
It is not.
Okay. So beside these little acts of, and beside these missing pieces, one of the reasons, and the main reason I invited Valerio, is that beside being an excellent researcher, is among the people that I know, the one that has the largest vision concerning also what it has to be done in the field. So he's not the classical researcher that stays in a lab. Actually, I think that the first time I saw him, he was just coming back from the fields, and he was dressed as such. And he's someone who has a lot of experience, and I must say that when we worked together for a short time, and in that time I was always making him a lot of questions, because he always had new anecdotes, new situation he was in, that was very interesting to listen and from which to learn. So I leave the stage to Valerio, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Emanuele. Probably I have this one, so
Yes,
I don't need this. Okay, so good morning to everybody. It is a pleasure for me to be here giving my speech as a point of view of agronomists in terms of robotics in agriculture. But of course, before to enter into my presentation, I would like to give my thanks to Emanuele Garone, to Luca Rossini, and other organizing committee people inviting me here in this very exciting symposium we are following today and tomorrow. So, according to that, I would like to give you my point of view as agronomist in terms of robotic applications in agriculture, mainly focusing the attentions and the issues we can arise during developing outputs according to the open field needs we have. Remembering that in agriculture we are managing biological organisms that are in movement with the environment, that are interacting with the environment. So sometimes the solution we can develop needs to be calibrated year by year according to the environment, to the weather, to the pedological condition and plant we are growing. So, of course, the technological tools that we can explore in the artificial intelligence and precision agriculture are very interesting and can promise us the opportunity to give modern agricultural practices in the field more efficient, more sustainable. That is a very important topic that we have to manage. And of course, these scientific and agronomic challenges we have to develop and to consolidate are multiple complex because they require extensive interdisciplinary skill. It is really important to stay in connection in different kind of expertise, and of course we need new professional skills. Especially we need to release people that is ready to manage a lot of big data. So we need data scientists that has also an agronomical overview into the farm, into the agroecosystem that needs to manage. Of course, now in the market we can find a lot of robotic solutions to be commercial, to be applied properly in the field. You can see, of course, drones that can be used to manage pests and disease control, artificial pollination of the crops. We have other solutions with end effector that can help us to collect fruits, vegetables, and other kind of crops in open field, but also in greenhouses, so in protected agroecosystems. And of course, we have also some applications, some releases to be applied to the arboreal agroecosystem, so in fruit crops. For this portion, for this agricultural sector, robotics and precision agriculture is more difficult to be released properly when compared with herbaceous crops, when compared with annual crops, where the field uniformity is more effective. So, according to that, it is really, really important to know very well which kind of agroecosystem we are managing. And of course, we have a lot of integrated systems that can drive us in the choice in terms of precision agriculture application, digitalization of our farm, orchard field, and of course, pushing us in the agriculture 4.0 approach, where a lot of big data will be stored and after processing will release new solution, harmonization according to the environment and the crop we are managing. But of course, it is not all. We need to punctually evaluate which kind of precision agriculture and robotic application we can do, we can perform according to the crop we are managing. Each crop has different needs. Into the same crop, we can observe a lot of different structure in the orchard, for example. So the solution we are applying in the same crop in the farm 1 could be not the best for farm number 2. So it is really, really important to evaluate preliminarily this approach. So what we have to evaluate to drive the farmer in the right application in his farm in terms of robotics and agriculture, precision agriculture. According also to the expensive condition that now we have to consider to insert in our farm this kind of a solution. And then we can explore, for example, according to the orchard management that, as I said to you before, is probably one of the most difficult agroecosystems to be managed according to the nature of the plant we are managing, and not only the plant, because in the orchard we are managing woody plants that can have a particular training system, and we can observe in the same crop different training system of the plant, but we have also some auxiliary structures in the orchard. For example, we can have the anti-hail nets that could be a very big obstacles in terms of drone use or also satellite images processing and evaluation. These kind of problems are very common in the orchard, so in the arboreal agroecosystem, less in the annual cropping agroecosystem. So it is really important to evaluate that. And furthermore, according to the case study that Andrea introduced before, we want also to explore what we can do in terms of robotic application and precision agriculture in the agroecosystem of European hazelnut. The agroecosystem of European hazelnut is a very exciting arboreal agroecosystem nowadays. It is a nut, a temperate nut, very, very interesting in terms of producing and in terms of market request. So we need a lot of nuts according to the industry that is processing this kind of food. And of course, the hazelnut orchards is a very, very complex agroecosystem. So if we are able to develop some outputs, some releases according to this kind of agroecosystem, we can translate the news, the innovation to other ones, as a walnut, as a almond, as a chestnut, that can have similar needs, similar agroecosystem procedures in the management. So, according to that, is really, really important as a preliminary, as the agronomist point of view, to explore in deep the kind of agroecosystem we are managing. Here you can observe, for example, in the European hazelnut agroecosystem, we can have a lot of different planting layout. So we can move from 400 plants per hectare until 800, more than 1,000 plants per hectare. Managing this agroecosystem with this high different plant density needs to be really explored to find the right solution. Of course, another important issue we have to consider, according to the plant grow, is the habitus of this kind of crop. As you can see, we are more similar to the shrub. In the shrub, we have more difficult and more problems in developing this automation. For example, in contrast to the vineyard. Vineyard is an agroecosystem very plastic, very simple to manage, where the robotics can be applied more properly. So, it means that we are not able to transfer the finding that we are applying in vineyard in this kind of crop. We have to explore preliminarily very well the needs that we have in these conditions. Of course, this plant is also a suckering plant, so the aptitude to produce a lot of juvenile suckers at the base of the trunk of the plant and the top roots generate a particular organ of the plant that we need to remove yearly, because it is in contrast with the physiology of the plant and with the orchard management. In this case, we have this problem in hazelnut. Not too much in other crops. Little more in olive, but for example, not in peach, not in apple, not in other kind of arboreal crops. So this is a specific need we have in few kind of agroecosystems. Furthermore, we have to explore our agroecosystem according to the shape of the plant we want to manage. Because when we are establishing an orchard, we are producing artificial plant, because we are modifying the shape of the plant according to the need that we have in terms of managing the orchard. So here we can explore one of the training systems in the European hazelnut that are very close to the natural habit of the plant, that I remember you is a shrub, and it is the multi-stemmed bush, but we can also operate with a single trunk bush, and also with a sapling plant. You can observe this different kind of plant, and you can, of course, you can evaluate that sometimes we need to explore, for example, different sensors if we want to properly monitor this kind of plant, according to the different shape form we are managing. Furthermore, we have also different planting sites and density in the orchard. We can get a very high density orchard in comparison to very large density orchard, so less plant per hectare. And furthermore, in European hazelnut, but not only in European hazelnut, also in other crops, we can also have a dynamic spacing. It means that at a certain stage of the orchard, we can delete half plants per hectare to increase during the first year of the crop the productivity. But if you can observe here, when I reduce the plant density in my orchard, I have to conceptualize the approach, the agronomic approach that I am managing, passing from double number of plants per hectare to half number. So, which kind of plants will be my check plant to monitor the physiological behavior of the plant? Which kind of IoT system I have to insert in the orchard to properly monitor what happened in the open field according to the dynamic spacing? So I have to program very well which kind of sensors and the position of the sensor I have to put in the orchard. Because after 10, 12 years, half of plant will be cut. So all preliminarity are very important. Furthermore, each variety, each genotype is a vegetative and productive habitus and behavior. Here you can see two different kinds of varieties in hazelnut. Jefferson, that is a very compact bearing, in contrast to Yamil, that has a very open bearing. So it means that the tendency of the growing of the plant will be different. if I am giving an approach in precision agriculture and robotics in Jefferson, probably it should be not properly adapted to Yael, according to the different size of the plant. Remember, we are managing agroecosystems that are on open field for many, many, many years, not just for one season as annual crops. And then, what happened now, which is the state of the art in terms of agriculture, precision agriculture and robotics application in the hazelnut orchards, as the agroecosystem we are using as a case study. And we choose this kind of agroecosystem because it's really difficult to manage. So the approach is, okay, we have a multidisciplinarity. We can try to develop some outputs to be used in the hazelnut orchard. Probably with small calibration, our releases could be adapted to almond cultivation, to chestnut, for example, to olive in terms of sucker control. So starting with a very, very hard agroecosystem could be the right solution to drive us in application in other kind of crops. And of course, in this kind of difficult agroecosystem, we have still a few releases in terms of commercial releases and some activities that are ongoing, some trials that are ongoing to develop new releases. For example, of course, now in the agroecosystem, we can establish in properly condition the IoT networking that can help us in very punctual monitoring of climate and pedological and also plant conditions and behavior. Another important commercial release we have that can be easily applied to the orchard is the soil mapping. So determine a high detailed soil mapping according to specific sensors that are the electromagnetic induction sensors that can interact with the texture of the soil and can release us different clusters of homogeneous soils we have in the orchard. So it means to open the first layout to apply the variable rate management in the orchard. This is very important because until now we was managing the orchard as an homogeneous pattern, but it is very, very wrong. It is not the optimized condition to apply agronomical activities in the orchard. Furthermore, in hazelnut we are getting now also semi-automatization in terms of planting, realizing new planting. But of course, as you can see, this is a system, a mechanical transplanting in the orchard that needs still labor, people, operators to be performed. So this solution could be relatively easily automated, so determining a transplant that is a robot. But of course, you have to consider the utility of this kind of agribot. This kind of agribot will be useful only to realize new planting. It is needs or not? No, this is the main question we have to consider. Of course, also in hazelnut orchard, we are starting to manage the variable rate management of the open field, especially in terms of nutrition and irrigation, especially in terms of nitrogen. And then we can get the map, the geo-referent map that gives us, according to the low or high vigor of the crop, where we have to put more nitrogen or less nitrogen, no? According to the agronomic effect that nitrogen has in our crop. Moreover, we are still working in the innovation of irrigation supply in the hazelnut. Also here we need to put a big effort to automatize this new approach according, of course, to the variable rate administration. But for example, in hazelnut, we need before to solve some agronomical problems. One of the most important is that we still don't have efficient crop coefficients to be used in monitoring the water supply. So before to developing the automated system to give water supply, we need to properly perform the ecophysiological needs that the plants has, according to the crop coefficient. Until now, we are more or less using a crop coefficient that are general, not vertical, not specific for single site of cultivation. So it is really, really important to do that. Of course, we have also some sensors that can be applied to the plant. For example, you can see here the subflow. Subflow system. It is really, really important because it can help us in monitoring the early water stress index in the plant. But if you remember the first slides, we observed two different main groups of plants. One plant that was a multi-stemmed bush, another one that was a single trunk. So where I have to apply my subflow? According to the different kind of plant size and shape we are using. Another interesting innovation according to the sensor before considered, the electromagnetic induction sensor, it is related to the opportunity to monitor the right and proper administration of water supply in sub-irrigation systems. Now we are developing a very fast sub-irrigation system. So we are putting the lines of irrigation underground to avoid obstacles in the orchard management. But are we sure that these lines are properly giving water to the plants according to the electromagnetic sensors that can be put directly in the robot? We can monitor the properly administration of water supply also in sub-irrigation system. So these are the findings we are getting and developing in this agro-ecosystem. Another very important approach that can be automated in terms of robotics application is mechanical pruning in hazelnut. We are starting to apply mechanical pruning, so adding and topping with specific birds that are developed to cut properly the plant. But, and then it is a technology that is easily associated to the robot, but how much knowledge we have about the effect of mechanical pruning in hazelnut? This is the main question we have to put into our brain before we have to well know the behavior of the plant, then we can develop properly the robotics, the automatization, according to the cultural operation we have to apply. And of course, it is similar for the mechanical harvesting of the nut. When we are talking about nuts, we can harvest nut directly on the ground with specific vacuum-propelled machines that can be robotized also, no? And in this case, we don't have too much problems in terms of harmonization to the agro-ecosystem because this machine have to pass and collect nuts. But of course, now we have to put another effort to convert this machine in the automatic machine, okay? And then, as a second and last part of my speech, I wanted to stress the agronomic point of view of the project Pantheon that Emanuele and Andrea before introduced you, where we collaborated for about 5 years in a multidisciplinary approach with a very, very exciting contamination in terms of knowledge for me as agronomist by engineering, for their engineering as agronomists. And it has been very, very exciting approach. But please don't forget, at the beginning we found some difficulties. Languages, knowledge, skills, expertise. So the agronomist that was giving to the colleague the point of view of agro-ecosystem, and they that are giving us their point of view. And then, of course, after 3, 4, 5 years, our knowledge, our activities, our language has been common, has been standardized. But it is really important to push in the multidisciplinarity these new approaches we have. Of course, a large hazelnut farm, because when we are developing this new solution, we have also to consider the kind of farm we are managing. Of course, at that stage, we have to approach with a large farm. large farmer probably uniform, high opportunity in terms of money to be spent to apply this kind of a solution. But if you are going in small farm, probably now these solutions are not so good to be applied. And of course, focusing our attention in the in the plant pruning policies, I want just to stress these two tasks that are probably the more difficult to manage in this hazelnut agroecosystem. I wanted to give a few words about the sucker management in the field. That is a very, very time-consuming cultural operation that yearly we have to do in the orchard. It is not only time-consuming, it is also expensive, and it is an heavy labor when made by hand. Then you can see we are using a manual tool. We can use a chemical, but we have to use a very, very calibrated chemical, because if we are managing suckers using uncalibrated chemicals or agrochemical herbicides, more or less, we can damage the plant. Okay, so these evidences are very, very important to conceptualize the approach we want to develop. Then Andrea explained us the processing pipeline, the overall idea, the outcome, and of course we helped our colleagues as agronomists in focusing the best solution and calibrating in open field the releases we made. You can observe the sucker emission entity. When I have to speak with an engineering about the agroecosystem, I have to describe very well which is the physiological behavior of the plant, because my friend has not which is the best time to manage suckers in hazelnut, for example, or pruning hazelnut. Each has his expertise, okay? And then you can observe what happened in terms of a sucker emission entity. This is the best moment to be managed by chemical. And then we developed a sucker management control, developing an algorithm that was able to calibrate the herbicide amount according to the sucker canopy for each plant, so saving money, saving herbicide, and giving an environmentally friendly approach in sucker management. Sucker area estimation performed by our colleagues, and then, calibration in the field. You observed before a short movie that was describing, summarizing the field approach that we have used, that we developed to calibrate properly the herbicide to be spread according to the sucker canopy size. Similarly to the plant pruning. But remember, when we are managing arboreal agroecosystems, we have not just one shape, one training system of the plant. We can have many, many, many different training systems. If you are considering probably 1 year, you have as a main training system probably more than 20 kinds of training of the plant. It means that when I am applying my automatization in terms of pruning, I have very well to know which is the training I have chosen in the orchard. And then with this kind of approach, of course, there are general point of view in terms of agronomical aspects, that is to open the plant, giving the opportunity to the light to penetrate into the inner portion of the canopy, and it is really, really important for the flower induction. When we are managing this crop, we want to look a lot of flowers, because flowers will be fruit. So it is some general point of view that we have to describe before to drive our findings. Okay, we can observe the plots, the experimental plots. So we determined the different shape form of the plant. We started with the young ones because the training is more important than the pruning in a mature plant. Pruning in mature plant is mainly focused in promote cropping. pruning in the young plant is also devoted to establish the selected shape of the plant. So it's more accurate, more difficult. And then we performed the plants according to our needs. Of course, we monitor the plants in terms of agronomical and ecophysiological aspects. We continue to prune this plant for a couple of years when the plants were just ready to be monitored in automatization systems. And then, according to that, we used the rover in the field that was able to 3D scan our plants in the trial before to be pruned by the agronomist and after to be pruned by the agronomist, creating the delta, a difference in terms of shape and the structure of the plant to be useful to develop the proper algorithm able to give us the advice in terms of pruning. And then you can observe that according to the acquisition in the field, we developed the 3D point cloud acquisition and structure, and it has been very, very useful to determine an algorithm that was an automatic protocol for pruning. Of course, our engineering colleagues developed the algorithm and the software, and we performed together machine learning. So, starting from the real 3D of the plant, they developed the tool, and the agronomist gave to the tool the learner. So, managing virtually 1,000 virtual plants, we put the main branches to be cut until the algorithm was able to manage by itself this approach. And then we continue these activities in the following years in terms of validation and calibration output. So after, in the last year, before the rover, the robot acquired the 3D dimension of the plant, gave us the advices in terms of which branches to be cut, and then us in the field followed the advices that the algorithm gave us. And of course, we compared this kind of outputs with the agronomic outputs. So we observed the different plants pruned by the algorithm, or pruned by the man according to the advices of the algorithm, in comparison to other plants that were just manually pruned by the agronomist. And we observed a very, very nice overlapping. So it means that we were able to conceptualize the approach in this automatization. The next step should be to develop a rover, an agribot, that will be able, thanks to end effectors, to cut by itself the branches that needs to be removed year by year in the orchard. So, according to these approaches, if, of course, we can get a robust output, we can also try to harmonize the output to other crops that are similar in terms of needs to hazelnut. For example, in walnut, for example, in almond, for example, in olive for sucker management, and so on. Many thanks for your attention, guys.
So thanks, Valerio, for your nice presentation, and thanks also for completing the presentation of Andrea. I think it was very interesting to see also when you see the very same research seen from two different aspects. From the one hand, focusing on performing the algorithm, having the technology able to perform a certain action, and on the other side, not only the definition of the problem that is usually, as engineer, we are used to go to people and ask, what is your problem? We will solve it for you. But that's the wrong approach, and this is the classical case in which you see every single step of the research, of the development, and of the validation was a continuous ping-pong and collaboration between the two parts. Now,
also in COVID time, that has been another issue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much, Valerio, and please forgive me if I don't go for questions, but I know that at this point we all need a coffee, so I propose to have our coffee break, and we will come back here as accordingly to the program. Thank you very much. Okay, so we can start with the next two speakers. So a little introduction concerning the next two speakers. Everything started more or less 2 months ago when Yael Edan was there and is one of the fellows visiting us at BrIAS this year and one of the co-organizers of this conference. We were looking together at the program, and she said, you know what? We really miss the vision of farmers. We really miss the vision of growers. And I have a good idea. There is this research station in Flanders with whom I have already worked. They have a lot of contacts and a lot of activities with the farmers working for real on the field. And last but not least, they are wonderful people. And I contacted them. They answered me back. They called me. And I could immediately confirm that Yael was right and they were wonderful people. And they were available to come to us with one speaker that is Renick van den Einde, that is at my left, and bringing with him a grower from the company Hortipower, that is Tom Lefebvre, to which we are very grateful for being here and to share with us his experience and his thought. And maybe, if you want, don't feel free also your criticism to our approach. Okay, so again, I would like to thank the speakers, and I leave them the stage.
Well, hello, everyone. When I got first asked to give this talk a few weeks ago, I was hesitant at first, and I will tell you why in just a few minutes. But first, let me introduce myself. So I'm Renick van den Einde, and I work as a researcher on automatization and digitalization in the Research Center for Vegetable Production in Sint-Katlijne-Waver here in Belgium. And our goal is really to translate research from universities and other research centers, really basic research, into practical solutions for the growers. So for that, we have a lot of contact with growers. So we have around 500 growers who are paying members of our research center, who pay a yearly fee to look at our research and to get advice from us. And we have greenhouse vegetables as well as open field vegetables. And so Tom will later, as a greenhouse grower, express the opinion of the greenhouse growers. And I will be, because I mainly work in the open field vegetables, I will represent the open field vegetable growers, because we couldn't find any that could speak well enough English to do this instead. So when we look at robots, we see that farmers are not, like here in Flanders or the growers that we work with, that they are not really convinced that these would be useful for them at the moment. So first question we could ask is, are the farmers not innovative enough? But I brought some anecdotes with me to show you that they are innovative, and in fact they are one of the most innovative people I know. They are always looking to do to look for things to do things more efficiently and better. So in our region, first thing I would like to tell is that we have self-driving tractors for a few decades now. So way before RTK GPS, we were already using self-driving tractors. So in our cultivation method that we have in our surroundings, we use raised beds. So we plow these beds, as you can see here, and we do this for better drainage of water and a faster heating of the soil in spring, so that we can start producing vegetables earlier in the year already. And what did these farmers learn? That if you put your tractor on the tracks here on the bed, and you put the tractor in gear, then it will just follow the bed, and you don't need a driver anymore. And you can sit behind on the planting machine, and the driver can plant instead of needing an extra planter and sitting in the driver's seat. So this is a picture from our research station in the past, before we had RTK GPS and guided steering, where these two co-workers were harvesting leek, and the tractor is just in gear, is driving itself, and they are standing behind on the leek harvesting machine. And of course, you have to be careful when you reach the end of the bed. You have to be fast enough to get inside the tractor, to put the tractor out of gear. And I have one colleague, he told me when he was younger, he used to help at the farm. And there they even had a system with pulleys and ropes, so that when they sat behind the tractor on the planting machine, for instance, they could pull at the rope to put the tractor in or out of gear. So they were even more ingenious. So now we do things a lot safer. Now we have RTK GPS and guided steering. So here you see a real self-driving tractor following a pre-described path. And now this is the way we usually work at the research station for planting. So there's no driver in the tractor, and he's usually sitting behind on the planting machine, or during the hoeing, watching the hoe, see if everything goes correctly, and he just has a remote to stop or start the tractor. Now, as a research station, we are known as being the MacGyvers among the research stations, so we're always looking and tweaking things and building things and trying out new things to do things better and more efficient. So here is a system that we use for sowing our pumpkin variety trials, because we don't have a sowing machine to do this. It would be too difficult with all the different varieties. So we built this thing to spray a little water on the soil to make a hole in the soil, and it's also based on RTK GPS, so the distance, we can just set the distance into the computer, and then we put the seed into the little hole that's sprayed by the water, and then all the plants are nicely, evenly sprayed, and they're perfectly in a grid on the field. So those were just a few examples how we're always looking to do things better, easier, more efficient. So the thing that robots are new is not a problem for farmers. So what are the concerns of the farmers? First of all, they love their tractor. So that's the big problem you have to overcome. If they see a future ahead of them where they will not be able to drive a tractor, they will be very unhappy. So I mean, New Holland even has the tractor manufacturer even has a website, New Holland Style, where you can buy all kinds of New Holland clothes and merchandise. And these farmers, they love it. When you're at a farmer's fair, you always see them with their caps with their favorite brand of tractor. So they really love their tractors. Then this is true for Flanders or Belgium or a broader region, but our fields are very small. So, and the farmers are concerned that they will become a taxi service for robots, just driving around from field to field, trying to get there at time to pick up the robot, put it on another field. Because these fields are so small, the robots might be finished rather fast with their job, making it not so efficient as on larger fields. And then also the fields of the farms in Belgium, they are often far apart from each other. So yeah, the farmer would be driving around with robots constantly to get them to the fields. Then another thing that I hear from farmers, and maybe this is just a subjective view that they have, but when they think of a tractor, they can do all kinds of things. It's a very flexible machine. And when they think of a robot, because yeah, a tractor also costs a lot of money, and a robot also costs a lot of money, but the robots are often designed for one specific task, so they would still need other machines to do the rest of the work. So this is a concern that they have. And then probably one of the biggest concerns that I hear is the dependency on the company that provides the robot. So what about the service and maintenance? These farmers, they are used to, yeah, during the busy periods when something breaks down on the field, they can often fix it themselves, or the manufacturer or a service provider will come to them and fix it on the field. Is this also true for these robots? What if the robot company doesn't exist anymore? Next year or in a few years, then you're there with your robot. You don't have any maintenance. These machines are often so specialized that no one else can fix them for you. So that is a real concern. So those were a bit of the concerns, but what are the possible opportunities? So where might robots find an entrance? So first thing, the increasing size of the farms, of course. So this is a graph for Flanders, but I think it's true everywhere in the world that farms are getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, and this makes, of course, that buying a robot becomes more cost efficient. Another big thing is, of course, the labor shortage. So, yeah, being a farmer's employee is now on the official Flemish list of professions with a labor shortage. And then here I've put a video. This is from a farmer that we worked with, who built his own pumpkin harvesting machine, and we helped him to do that. And with this pumpkin harvesting machine, he can, instead of cutting the pumpkins by hand and picking them up with a lot of laborers, he can now do it with 3 people with the harvesting machine. And I thought at first that he would do this to increase his margin so that he would earn more on his pumpkins because he had to pay less laborers. But he told me that the main thing why he built this thing is because he just doesn't find any laborers who wants to do the work to cut these pumpkins, and that actually the cost for harvesting doesn't differ much between the machine, because the machine costs a lot of money, and between paying the laborers. So just to say that labor is really a problem now. And then a last opportunity is, of course, that we want more precision. So with the Green Deal from Europe, we are trying to reduce the inputs that we use in agriculture. And robots might be a good way to do that, because they don't have to be so fast, because they do things automatically. They can do things 24/7. So they can work more precisely. And so there is an opportunity that can be used. So, and then just one thing about the greenhouse, and then I will give the word to Tom as a growth perspective. So in the greenhouse, we have more experience with robots. We worked on some robots, and there the situation is a little bit different. So we have a more controlled environment, some higher margins, and also lots of manual labor. So there it's interesting to get some robots also. And then I had a video here, but it doesn't seem to play. Yeah, but it doesn't work. anyhow, it was just one example of a robot that we worked on in the greenhouse. So it's a UVC robot that just drives through the plants and shines UVC light to the plants. And this is very good against powdery mildew. So it's a very, a good way to control powdery mildew without any chemicals. And why I give this example, because it's an example of a robot where the robot is doing something that we as humans would not be able to do without the robots. So this is also an opportunity. Because the UVC is very bad for the health of the laborers. If it shines on your skin, it's not safe. But by using a robot, you can do this by night when there are no laborers in the greenhouse. And so it's a good example of a robot that we can use. So that was my part of the presentation. So I will now give the floor to Tom.
Automation and robotization in high-tech greenhouse. They asked me to come and give some point of view out of a grower, so I'm not really used to speak to the people most of the time. I'm in the greenhouse and I speak with my plants and ask if they react, but unfortunately they don't do yet. But we have a lot of sensors in between which give us already a lot of information. I'm Tom Lefevre. I'm one of the growers of Tomeco, and let me first give you a short introduction what Tomeco is. Tomeco is a partnership between Belgian family tomato growers. We have years of experience because often our companies are given over from generation to generation, and we try to respond together on the changing tomato market. Since 2018, we have our central located sorting and packing station where we pack our tomatoes, and since a few years we do also some cucumbers and peppers based on the demands of our clients. We have year-round production on 80 hectares of modern greenhouses, all located in Belgium, of which is 50% lighted, so we can supply our customers year-round with tomatoes or peppers, what they want. Last year, some numbers, we did 35 million kilos of tomatoes, 13 million cucumbers, 2.5 million kilos of peppers, and we did make 13 million flow packs, custom made for the retailers in Belgium and Germany. We have a turnover of 38 million euros. Very important, Tomeco is a service between the growers and our end customers. We don't sell our products yet. All our products are sold through Cooperation Hoogstraten, a very important partnership in our working together. We focus on two main points, that's sustainable and innovation, and I think you cannot be sustainable when you're not innovative, and I think we can be proud on our greenhouses because often we're the leaders in Belgium to introduce new techniques. If I look to our system from the seed to the shelf, I divide it in 4 big phases. First, we have the plant nursery, where our plants are growing before they come and enter our greenhouses. Then we have the crop maintenance, where they start growing until the harvest, and then we can start our harvesting period. And in between, we, of course, keep maintaining the tomatoes or cucumbers. Once they are harvested, we have to do transport and grading all together. As you see before, the volume and the kilos is a lot, so we have to try to automate it. And then last but not least, the service, the packaging for the retailers and the logistics, so we can keep fresh product to the shelf. I can tell you already, 3 of these 4 steps are really high automated. And I show you first the 3 steps. Plant nursery. Plant nursery, we keep our plants as long as possible in the plant nursery until there needs labor. When they get too big and we cannot handle anymore with machines, we will bring them to us because then it's getting too difficult. So from seeding, it's very strict. We seed them. We know 3 days later they will come out. Crafting is after 5 days. So it's a very strict plan. I know exact from seeding to arriving in our greenhouse will be 55, 56 days. But at day 57, the plants get too big and we cannot handle anymore. And then we need labor. So then we move them to the greenhouses. And all the part before we can do really automatic. Step 3, transport and grading. Once our tomatoes are picked or our cucumbers in the greenhouse, they travel. First, we bring them in boxes to our storage places where we will stack the boxes on pallets and to prepare them for transport and bring them to our grading center. Once they arrive in our grading center, we start the grading process, which is completely automatic, of course, where there is almost no labor necessary anymore. And all the grading lines, they are, of course, specific designed for cucumbers, tomatoes, but they work all on the same way. The products are thrown on belts and will be singulated, as you see here for peppers, and they go over a machine and they will be put in individual cups, as we say. These cups travel through the grading line and a lot of parameters are decided. So they will go through cameras, we make 3D pictures, we weigh them, so the machine knows exact how ripe the fruits are, and they will divide it into the different boxes for all our customers. Each customer has his own desires and want more fruits which are more ripe or less ripe, and so we can divide it completely automatic for our customers. Step 4, packaging and logistics. Also here we have a high evolution in automatization the last years. Before, our packing station needs lines with 50 to 60 people to pack tomatoes, for example, here in 200 or 300 grams. A lot of labor work, but last years, through automatization, the machines can put all the products almost together and everything is automatic, and we don't give so much overweight anymore to our packing station. And the process, of course, goes very quick. And then last but not least, the logistics. We as Tomaco, we are standing for freshness, and we see if we give our clients the promise that within 24 hours after that they make their order, that they receive their order. Logistics is a very important thing in this, and since this year we have the shuttle, which you see here, which is traveling between our packing station and the logistics center, and is traveling completely alone. It's quite new in Belgium. It's the first moving train which is driving completely autonomic through the streets, regarding with all the when it's raining or snowing. So we did have some problems, but now it's going really well, and this makes our time between packaging and sending to the client very short. But then we come maybe to the most important step, the step where our plants are growing and where we have to do maintenance and harvesting in year round. Like tomatoes is most of the time 12 months cropping time, so a lot of labor. And here we see that we are not far yet in terms of automation. And for me, it's, I think, quite simple. The steps which I told you before are often in conditioned environments. A storage place with constantly the same light, same humidity. Most of the time we speak about standardized product, like the grading lines. They know, okay, we will get a cucumber from this length plus minus. They can handle it. And the product is brought to the robots or brought to the machines. Once we enter our greenhouse, it's completely different. We are not conditioned environments anymore. Humidity can go in a day from 30% to 90%. Light, making pictures for robots looks very simple, but in the greenhouse it's very difficult. Sun can come through, can be overlighted, or too dark in the morning. And products are not standardized anymore. Our plants, they grow as they want, and we cannot decide that they make the same length or grow every week. And then last but not least, I think until now, the robots are brought to the product. Now we say to the robots, here you have a greenhouse of 150,000 cube. Try to find the ripe fruit, harvest, and bring it to us. So the question which we ask is much higher. Is it not important for us? I think it's very important for us as growers because 1/3 of our cost in step 2 is labor. And as mentioned already before, labor is a challenge for us to keep it under control, and the costs are rising constantly. So there is for us a big effort if automation in the crop control or in the crop maintenance and harvest offers a lot of potential. Is there done nothing? No, I think as you hear everywhere, first steps have been taken, but I doubt about it at the moment. I see a lot of robots who break through, but for me, none of the robots is operational yet. So I cannot say at this time, if tomorrow there's a robot available, I can buy him. I don't know it. And we look for it constantly. I think many obstacles needs to be overcome during the phase. I see a lot of startups that quickly get into financial troubles because the learning process, the training process, the artificial intelligence takes much more time than expected because of all the obstacles. And speed for me is often a bottleneck. I get one time a robot who can pick leaves, and he could pick one leaf every 30 seconds. Our labor or our people pick every second one labor. So it means I need 30 times double the robots to do the same work. And our plants are growing. We cannot stop them. So even there, a minimum speed for the work must be achieved. And then again, the three-dimensional greenhouse environment is not uniform and gives a lot of troubles. What maybe is well nice to see is a lot of side projects appear into our greenhouses, like pods, which I think comes tomorrow also, the drones, which have the idea to kill insects. They made first, before they can kill the insect, they have to see the insect. They make a wonderful camera, and all these cameras give us now a lot of information. So you have the robots who is driving through plants and can tell us more about plants, how fast they grow, how they are evaluating. So we get a lot of extra information, and this makes the learning process quicker for our growers. Because growing, the green fingers, like some people say, they are disappearing. And we need engineers, young people, which must be ready to grow for us. So they need information, and all this stuff will help them, I think, in the future to make the learning process much quicker. I talk about long cultivation periods. If you look to lettuce of herbs, you have the MGS automatization project. I think it's a wonderful project. The plant starts on the left side from the greenhouse and makes a travel through the greenhouse. And when it's coming to the other side of the greenhouse, it's fully grown and it can be harvested. But in between, there's no labor. So it makes it more simple. So a question maybe which we have to ask for long period cultivations, should we design robots to the structure of the crop or maybe just the way around? What I want to say, maybe we need different structure of crops or varieties, And maybe first we have to adapt this before we adapt the mechanization. And maybe even our cultivation system, which the last 20 years is put on a really high level and I think is really defined. Maybe we have to think over again so that the robots don't have to go into the crop, but that we find a way how to bring the crop to the robot. And then maybe last but not least for me, I see a big difference between horticulture and industry. Industry, where I see appearing a lot of robots, but in horticulture it's going slowly. Often it are family businesses, so the investments which are relied on the robots is mainly a problem. We are a company, as we growers, we grow year-round autonomous, and it must be a service. Our plants, they don't know if it's Saturday or Sunday, they don't have holidays, they grow all the time. And to achieve our yield, it's very important that we keep everything under condition. So let's say for tomatoes, we say every week we want to pick 3 leaves and they need to make a new flower. Once we get out of this rhythm, because of we cannot pick the leaves, the plant will get in stress and we don't achieve the yield that we need. So safety and guarantee is very important. And of course, mentioned already a few times before, I think very often underestimated, the climate conditions in greenhouses are really a challenge for robots. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the speakers. Actually, I have a question from Slido for Renik, that is, robots being an issue to be fixed and maintained. Was also the case already with tractors from the beginning, and isn't it normal that there is a transition period?
Okay. Yeah, so probably with tractors, it was the same in the beginning, but in the beginning also tractors. But in the beginning, tractors were also a lot easier to work with. So I have an old-timer tractor myself, and I can fix almost everything about it. If you have to fix a tractor today, it's much more difficult, but now, of course, indeed, the systems, the services are also a lot better. So probably, indeed, it's true that in the future, if robots are common, and there are a few big companies, they will provide services to do the same as we do with tractors today. But the problem is, how do we get, it's the chicken or the egg story. First, we need a lot of robots before these services can come into place. But to get a lot of robots, the farmers want these services already to be in place. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to thank again Tom, also because he really answered to my expectation of scolding a little bit us on certain things that when we do research we give for granted, and then when you are in the field it's not the same. I was particularly touched again by the fact that the field is full of startups that as a farmer you cannot invest on because tomorrow they might not be there. And also the other aspect that is the speed, and so also maybe the opportunity, the fact that we can do it, it's not necessarily just a good reason to do it. Yeah. So thank again to the speakers. I'm sure we will... I'm sure that during lunch many of us will bug the two of you with a lot of questions. And so now it's my pleasure to invite our last speaker for the morning, that is Dr. Marco Silvestri, who's a manager in agronomical research in one of the household name, at least for an Italian family, that is Barilla. So the largest producer of pasta in the world, I believe, and not only pasta, but a lot of things that are around nice, good Italian food. So I think you have just to go in presentation mode. Okay, perfect.
Okay,
So
perfect.
leave you to the stage.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks to Emanuele, Luca, and Anja for inviting me, for giving you an idea what we are doing in terms of precision agriculture. And I'm quite interested also in go more deeper in a branch of the precision agriculture that we are not, at least me, is not so exposed every day. My presentation will move a bit from a different side, because we have spoken a lot of orchard, perennial plants, or vegetables. I will bring you in the open field, in arables, and in particular on durum wheat production chain, as an example of the tools that we have developed to support farmer in precision agriculture. But first of all, okay, Barilla, I think it is well known for everybody, and but just to give you an idea, a quick overview of the company. The company was born more than 145 years ago in Parma. I need to stay here. It's, well. Okay, I like to move usually. It's not so easy to stand in one specific place. It started in 1877 as a shop, pasta and bread shop in Parma, and then over 4 generations of the Barilla family, that is still the owner of the company, it became first an industry in pasta production, became the biggest pasta producer, industrial pasta producer in Italy, with Gianni and Pietro Barilla in the 70s and the 80s, and then the 3 brothers that are leading now the company, Luca, Paolo and Guido, the company became more and more international and spread over the world. And the group has a turnover of more than 4.5 billion of euro per year, that are split mainly in 2 big areas: pasta, and pasta, what we call pasta meal, that are pasta and sauces, and bakery products. Bakery like biscuits, like mini breads, crisp bread, or cakes, and so on. Geographically speaking, Italy is still the biggest market where we are, but is closely followed by Europe and United States. We are still growing in what we call the AAA, so Asia, Africa, and Australia, but we are growing over there too. And here there is some of the brand. We have 21 brands of product for pasta, bakery, and more service brands, and I think that most of you have seen at least one of them, or used some of the products that are within here. And in the world, we are around 8,700 people, with 29 production sites, half in Italy and the half spread in the world, in particular in the United States, France, Greece, Sweden, Turkey, and one in Russia. In 2022, we have renewed the purpose of the company, focusing on the joy of food. Meaning for joy, targeting the well-being of the people through the food, but also the well-being of the planet through the sustainability of the production chains that we are using. And as I told, I started with durum wheat. I used the durum wheat as a case study because it is the biggest and the most relevant the most strategic raw material we are using, because it is the only raw material for pasta production. And we are using around the world every year more than 1.5 million of ton of durum wheat for pasta production, out of 30 million that the world is producing every year. So it's 5% of the world production, for a production of around more than 1 million of tons of pasta every year. So this is the reason why, but common wheat for the bakery products is following the same path, and another strategic raw material like basil, that is much smaller but extremely relevant for the pasta production, is following the same idea and the same approach. The wheat is mainly sourced locally, that means close to the plant, and for that reason we have a possibility to engage farmers in a common path on sustainability. There are more than almost 5,000 farmers are involved in a sustainable agricultural project. And to do that, we started several years ago, more than 30 years ago, developing a new variety that are much more high quality, more yielding and suitable for the product that we are looking for, we are in mind, but at the same time we develop tools to support the farmer in growing the wheat in the most efficient way. And we call it the sustainable, BrIAS sustainable farming. It's the title of the project, if you want, that has 4 main areas. And smart farming tools, as we call them, that are mainly DSS or remote sensing tools to give information and suggestion to the farmer, but also an handbook with rules, indication, and strategic suggestion for bringing the crop to start in the crop in the best way. Tools that are more of internal use, like Delphi, that is the very first born, that is related to the forecasting of the production. And finally, cultivation contracts that are the only way to close the loop and be sure that all the tools that we are supplying and all the activity we are doing will come back in the BrIAS factory and in the BrIAS products. So just start from the eldest one, Delphi. Delphi is a forecasting tool that we have we started developing it in the late 90s, forecasted using algorithm for the phenological development of durum wheat, and developing a system to forecast at the very beginning the production of the durum wheat in the south of Italy area. Then over the years it grew up and became forecasting all the Italian production, then keeps an eye on all the Mediterranean basin, Europe, United States, Canada, Mexico, and Russia and Kazakhstan. So all the main durum wheat production area in the world are covered by this system that allow us to know which is the production, but also the quality of the production 1 month before the harvest. So it's extremely important to give information to supply the purchasing department for developing the right supply strategies. And beside that, over the years, we developed also another tool that is strictly connected with the forecasting one for having a risk assessment to develop, to make possible to have a risk assessment of the risk of mycotoxin contamination in Italy. So this is there is one mycotoxin, this is the Rossini that is extremely present in, or well, it's quite risky, and therefore it's important to know how to set this purchasing strategy based on the risk of contamination of this mycotoxin. Then we move, well, in the same period is something that overlapping to the farmer with the handbook. The handbook is a set of rules, as I told, that started from what we had, the existing disciplinary of guidelines that we gave to the farmer at the very beginning, but with in mind the environmental impact reduction, as well as food safety, yield and quality, and the soil protection, soil health protection. 10 rules, very easy, but can give the farmer the indication for a right starting of the crop. But I call them strategic indication, suggestion. But the strategy is not enough alone. We need to implement it day by day with a tactical decision. And to do that, we started in 15 years ago, something like that, with a spin-off of Piacenza University to develop a decision support system that, starting from meteorological data and agronomical data, and a set of different algorithms can fine-tuned on the different variety and the different technical input can give to the farmer day by day the right suggestion for using the inputs in the best way, in the most efficient way, with advantage also to improve and stabilize the yield and the quality of the production that are extremely relevant for us as Barilla because we are dealing with, we are needing them, but also for the farmer because when they know that they have a good quality and a good quantity, they are sure that they have a good production, and therefore this allow to reduce the environmental impact, but also to improve the revenue of the farmer. Overview of how it looks like on the laptop. There is those are a couple of cockpits for the fertilization or the risk of different disease. And we can also have a geographical overview of the risk of disease in a specific area, so to know what happens in the neighborhood, in the surrounding. But farmers are in the field, so it's also important to provide them a way to have all the information in the pocket in every moment, so developed also a web app that allows them to have all the information when they need and wherever they are. So these two tools together started in 2012, and they increased every year the relevance, arriving, and you can see the numbers. It's a very big extension in terms of number of tons of durum wheat produced. We are around 400,000 tons per year, and more than 90,000 hectares covered with this system, with very good results in terms of reduction of CO2 emission, but also in optimization of the cost and the revenue of the farmer. And you will see it better here. With every year, independently from the season, the farmer always has a higher revenue. That doesn't mean that they have a higher yield, but they have a higher valorization of the inputs, of the production, due to the better quality and the assurance of the production, that the production is used by Barilla. And at the same time, there is a reduction. You can see the green bar is a reduction compared to the conventional crops. The zero is the crop of the durum wheat in the same area, but without the use of those tools. So this is kind of benchmark. But this is not the only one. We are going also more in deep in the precision agriculture. So together with the National Council of Research in Italy, in Florence, we develop a precision fertilization tool, starting with satellite imagery. This tool, that is AgroSat, is free for users, so you can go on the internet, type AgroSat and register and use it everywhere. Okay, is optimized for Italy, for durum wheat in Italy, but anyway, everybody can use it, and it gives a set of information starting from the evaluation of the nitrogen deficit, and therefore the production of prescription maps that can be used with modern tractors and variable rate tools for the fertilization, but also given a set of information about the health of the crop, with the NDVA, the potential yield, the water content of the soil, and so on, and a complete climatology analysis, climatic analysis over years. And then the last birth, that is another way to stay closer to the farmer, giving them a tool that helps them in recognizing the different problems that they can have in the field, starting from insects, disease, or stress. So it's a smartphone application that, taking a picture, can recognize the disease or the issue. It's a set of different classification and pixel object detection algorithm that allow to recognize very big numbers of weed in a different stage. So there is the same weed in at the very beginning or in adult stage, insects and all the disease and the damage, like fusarium or different fungi or frost issues. And it takes a bit of time and a lot of pictures to be trained. And we are still improving every day. It's a machine learning system, so it's improving with the picture that people keep. And we use at the beginning different sources, starting from the picture I made when I go to the field, but also the other colleagues or the farmer, but public data set and scouting in the field, and also activity of really phenotyping the different issue that or picture that we want to have. This is a quick overview of the different of the interface of it look like when you enter. Also, this one is free. It's possible to download it from Google Play or iOS, and it works better if it is coupled with AgroSat. The two are connected, so with the same password you can use both of the platform, and in this is because in this way pictures are geolocalized, and you can have it in the map of your field, if you have registered it, obviously. And all this kind of information coming from the farmer can give us also another advantage, that is to use all those data to support farmer with alert coming from the analysis of the surrounding area related to coming from the picture, and the meteorological, crossing it with the meteorological condition of the plant that AgroSat is able to give. So the crossing and merging this kind of information can give to the farmer a much more, a wider information and alerts on the risks that are coming. So here is where we are, but the question was also where we want to go. Okay, I see three main stream of activity. The first one is the farmer engagement. All the tools that we are developing, using, or proposing have to be used by the farmer. That means that they have to paraphrase, to borrow a slogan of a bank in Italy, they have to be built around the farmer. That means that they need to be farmer-friendly, easy to use, quickly and easy to use. They have to target the farmer needs and have clear and perceivable benefits. Otherwise, the farmer doesn't apply them. The other stream is related to the data availability and management. One of the biggest issues is to ask the farmer to input the data. So automatizing the data inputting, the data collection is for sure a very big advantage. But at the same time, the interconnection of the different platforms is not so easy to connect a DSS with a tractor, or there are different languages. So it's extremely important to be able to interconnect everything and to have a more homogeneous way to collect and manage the data. And at the end, one point of data management can allow also to create a kind of farmer network, so to give to the farmer also a feeling of what is happening around him in their surrounding, or to compare it with other conditions that are similar to the one he has. And finally, there are perhaps what you will, or today and tomorrow we'll discuss, the new advanced tools and equipment that in terms of robotics I see, or I'm quite interested, I like a lot the idea of system equipment able to perform the operation like the weeding in on the arables, I mean. The orchard is quite complex, but if I'm thinking to a field of wheat where there are around 400,000 plants in an hectare, well, okay, it's a different point. Perhaps it's easier for some aspect, but it is a different challenge. Or, for example, in basil, where there is a lot of labor for weeding, not in a chemical way, the crop. On the other hand, there are the sensors that are able to give in a very quick, easy and cheap way information about the soil characteristics, the soil biodiversity also, so the microbiota of the soil. And another trend that is coming is related to the biodiversity. Biodiversity will become an important KPI in the sustainability of the companies, and the way of monitoring how the management of the crop impacts on it is not so easy. It's not so easy because insects fly, birds fly, mammals moves, and it's very difficult to know if doing some what we call regenerative agricultural practice allowing an increase in or a protection of the biodiversity in the farming environment. Thanks a lot.
I wish to thank very much the speaker. It was very interesting. Just a little something behind the scene. When we had our first discussion, I was actually super happy because he was going to speak of crops that are not high revenue, because it's much easier to do robotics innovation in high revenue crops where there is more money than in low revenue crops like durum, where it's a major effort to do so.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I have actually a question from the public that I'm going to read that is probably connected to the graphs that you were showing on the revenues and the footprint. The revenue rose, the ecological footprint did not really shrink. Do you think the margin is too narrow, or may it result for the lack of effort?
No, perhaps the margin is a bit narrow. The revenue change depending also from the market. There is a lot of crop. This is something, okay, I told you, in the world there is a production of around 30 millions of tons. If we compare it with the common wheat, that is 600 million of tons, you can see that durum wheat is a niche. And is strictly, and the market is extremely volatile. So it depends from what happened, what the other countries do, and so the revenue change a lot due also to some external factor that are not related to what you are really doing. The big point is that the important point is that using the tools, you are sure that you have a good revenue. That's the point. Then you can change. One year can be better of the other or not, but anyway, for sure you go better than not using it. That's for sure. The environmental impact is more or less the same. If you are optimizing, when you have optimized the best way all the inputs, okay, that's the threshold. There's nothing more. Then you have to change something. Okay, that is something where we are working on, because we are no more satisfied in the idea of reducing. So we have not just to reduce the input, the impact that we have, but the idea also to use or transform the agriculture not in an emitter, but in an absorber of CO2. But in this case, we have to change completely the way of working. One of the points on biodiversity is related to that. We are start working on a management that is more in agroecological way of management. So considering increasing of soil organic matter, using cover crops, using more long rotation that are still not the standard in low revenue crops like wheat.
I will use my privilege as a chair to make a question. That is, you mentioned in various points here and there models and the problems of having models.
Yep.
Is this something in which, in your opinion, we should invest more?
Yeah, perhaps yes. Perhaps, well, we have worked a lot on models, so we are quite satisfied of the model that we have, but models are for sure a way to to simulate the reality and to use the information to build a way of working and to adopt a new way of new activities, a new way of working. You have spoken of models also, speaking about the way to recognize the grape or so at the end, models are a way of managing the data to get relevant information and to act relevant action.
Thank you very much for your very nice talk, and I'd like to thank, with another round of applause, the speakers. And with this, I conclude the first session of this forum. We will have a nice lunch now. We have prepared a small refreshment with small sandwiches. You are, of course, all invited to stay with us, to have some sandwich, and to bug the speakers, because, as said, we really want to have interactions, exchange of ideas, and to learn from each other. So see you at after the lunch, as accordingly to the program that I have not with me, so I don't remember exactly the time. 14:15. So see you at 14:15, and thank you for being with us so far.
Last year we organized the BrIAS for the first two editions, actually, from the 2021 to 23. And yes, it was all around plants and agriculture. So Emanuele was very kind this year to invite us to these special events that bridge a little bit with the same thematics we had last year. So this is a testimony of the fact that, yes, BrIAS stands for Brutal EA Science, as you can see. And this was like almost ordinary. Every year we had a BrIAS, all this from, so all my vicinity and solidarity with you. So my time and my tasks now to introduce Professor John Martin. Professor John Martin is a long historian of global food supply chains and land farming in UK. He is emeritus from the University of Reading in London. And today he will introduce us to the automatization and mechanization throughout the history of land farming. And so the word is yours, John, please.
Would you like me to start now?
Go.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to come along to give a talk at your very prestigious conference. I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to, that I'm not been able to attend in person. A few days ago, I was in contact with someone who was on Monday diagnosed with COVID, and I thought it very inappropriate to attend your conference and possibly risk spreading it on to you. But I've written extensively on the development of agricultural agriculture. At present, I'm the visiting professor of agrarian history at the Museum of English Rural Life at Reading University. And I've also this year completed work as a member of the advisory panel of the British Library's National Life Story. This is an oral history of food farming and land management in post-war Britain. And if we can move on to the next slide, please. This is just a brief outline of the British Library's initiative. It basically is a major oral history programme. It's part of the National Life Stories, which has documented changes. It's an oral history account which constitutes a unique collection of over 40 interviews quite considerable length, which captures the experience of farmers, farm workers, and other interested parties in the post-war development of agriculture. You can actually access these online, but I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that this is a recent innovation and hopefully will contribute significantly to enhancing our understanding of what the way agriculture was transformed. Moving on, please. When we talk about the transformation of agriculture in the British context, it's widely regarded that either a long agricultural revolution took place, or to be more precise, historiography has perhaps suggested a series of agricultural revolutions, the first one of which was the classic agricultural revolution covering the 18th and early 19th centuries. During this period, agriculture wasn't necessarily transformed a great deal. The second agricultural revolution, as we'll see in more detail, covered the 19th century, and then what we might regard as the third or modern agricultural revolution covered the World War II period onwards. In fact, when you look at this third or modern agricultural revolution, it's clear, moving on to the next slide, that there's three separate components to it. There's first of all the state-directed wartime food production campaign, which covered the period from 1939 up to about 1950. Secondly, there's the post-war scientific and technological revolution, which was very similar to the Green Revolution, but this was the period when British agriculture was radically transformed by not only the dissemination, but more importantly, the adoption of new technological innovations and also the application of science. In many senses, you might regard this as very similar to the Green Revolution, which transformed food production in many overseas countries. The final phase, robotics and the development of precision farming, is we're still in the process of this developing. But what I'd like to try and do is to show you the way in which changes in agriculture, the previous change in agriculture, may lead us to a better understanding as to how we might disseminate the benefits of precision farming. Moving on, please. If we go back to the classic agricultural revolution, when you look at it, it was really kind of like, it covered the period from about the mid-18th century up to the early part of the 19th century. It was really a reorganisation of land tenure through the enclosure of the open fields. In effect, the communal system of farming, which continued in many other countries, was replaced by a system of enclosed fields under the jurisdiction of a single individual. Obviously, there are other features of this. There was the development of new, more productive rotations, such as the Norfolk four-course rotation. This replaced, allowed a greater proportion of cereals to be grown. It was also characterised by the selective breeding of livestock, credited largely to the efforts of Robert Bakewell. Mechanisation, though, was very slow to develop. The main innovation is widely credited to the Jeffrey Tull's seed drill, which enabled plants to be planted in rows as opposed to the seeds just being scattered across the soil. Moving on, please. When you look at the second agricultural revolution, according to the famous historian F.M.L. Thompson, this took place between 1850 and 1880. And in effect, it brought the closed-circuit system of farming. It encouraged farmers to use a variety of non-farm inputs. In effect, it made the operations of the farmer, who was basically self-subsistent or dominated by self-subsistent farming, producing many of the inputs on the farm. It made them more like those of the factory owner, acquiring resources from outside the agricultural sector. And this was particularly evident in the case of mechanisation. The development and popularisation of the steam engine, it provided the motive power to drive the threshing machines and to much less extent for ploughing and cultivating. So this was in effect, it predates the tractor age, eventually, as we'll see in subsequent slides, tractors took over. A glimpse of the past, but one of the most labour-intensive activities on the farm was actually threshing the seeds from the straw, obviously sort of using flails, very labour-intensive activity, which provided a considerable amount of work there. But in effect, it was this system of labour-intensive separation of the grains from the straw was actually replaced by the development by the use of the steam engine to power stationary thrashing drums. Moving on, please. This shows you a steam-driven thrashing drum. As you can see, it provides the motive power for the thrashing drum, which is located on the left-hand side of the picture. It revolutionises farming in the sense that considerably less labour is needed in order to carry out what was once a labour-intensive task. In a similar way, as we move on, you can see steam traction engines. They're actually, in the case of ploughing and cultivating the fields, were two steam engines were linked together, but with a wire rope, which you can see to the right of the steam engine, and it was used to carry out ploughing and other heavy cultivations. Although we might regard this as the age of the steam engine, the amount of land in Britain which was ploughed using steam engines was quite small. In effect, during the 19th century, it's clearly evident that the traditional motive power was still provided by horses and, in effect, supplemented by large numbers of agricultural workers. Moving on, please. One of the features which becomes important in the 19th century, that in spite of the fact we're talking about the idea of two agricultural revolutions transforming farming methods, was that Britain, with its rising population, engaged in really what you might regard as the outsourcing of its food supplies. In effect, once Britain has repealed the corn laws, which had provided imposed tariffs on imported corn, Britain becomes an important country, importing large quantities of its food, which continues virtually up to the 1940s. It's apparent that really the origins of Britain's increasing dependence on imported supplies of food, particularly sugar and wheat, which was imported in large quantities from the 1870s onwards for bread making. And it might be worth noting that the type of bread produced in Britain, with the emphasis on white bread, utilised hard grain wheat, imported hard grain wheat, as opposed to the type of bread which was produced and consumed in France. In effect, the outsourcing of Britain's food supplies depended on the development of the colonies, and this process had predated and accompanied the industrialisation of the country. One of the reasons for this was once we've got the development of agriculture in the New World, particularly America, and with the mechanisation which was taking place in that country, vast quantities of wheat and cereals and meat could be relatively imported into Britain. Britain, unlike its foreign competitors, tended to pursue a policy of free trade. And this meant that the country was very much dependent upon imported food supplies as opposed to simply dependent upon the activities of its own agriculture. The outsourcing of the country's food supplies, which are being pursued, was really for the detriment of many countries in the southern hemisphere, and in effect, it meant that Britain, while it was continuing to become an important manufacturing country, its agriculture was really given little attention by the state. I particularly draw this to your attention because when you move on to the next slide, what we see is that Britain had become increasingly dependent upon imported food, and about 70% of the country's food supplies originated from overseas by the late 1930s, and much of it was imported from countries as far away as Australia and South America, and consequently, with the outbreak of the Second World War, Britain was in a very vulnerable food, faced with a very vulnerable food position. One of the ironies of Britain's increasing dependence on British food supplies was the fact that although we had the experience of the First World War, where the state had made a rather belated attempt to increase domestic food production by providing guaranteed prices and by encouraging mechanisation, the government, the British government, has learned few lessons from this experience. On the eve of the First World War, about 60% of Britain's food originated from overseas. By the late 1930s, the situation was even more in a crisis, where 70% of the food originates from overseas, and in some cases, such as wheat used for bread making, the vast majority of wheat was imported. So what we're seeing is a real neglect of agriculture in this period. And when you move on to the next slide, please. As this slide shows you, this neglect meant that, in effect, arable farming, which had been one of the important sectors in Britain, continued to experience a long-term decline. The 15 million acres or so of arable land in the 1870s continued to decline quite rapidly throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries. There's a brief revival in arable farming because of the food shortages of the First World War, but once the war's over, the agricultural depression resumes with even more intensity, and arable farming continues to contract. The tillage actually denotes the area of arable land, and the area of temporary grasses, which is short-term raise, it shows the way in which grasses which have been planted for a mere few years before being ploughed up. The feature is that during this period, pastoral farming becomes increasingly important, with livestock production dominating the agricultural sector. In effect, when we move on to the next stage, the question which is really important is, why was there a slow adoption of mechanisation in the 1930s? Well, besides the fact that grain prices and arable farming prices were incredibly low, agricultural mechanisation in the case of Britain was severely handicapped by the average size of the farm. Most farms, with the exception of the large arable farms in the southern and eastern counties, had insufficient arable land to really benefit from, or to justify the capital purchase of a tractor, or even more importantly, a combine harvester. Livestock production was also handicapped by the relatively small size of the average dairy herd. Under the circumstances, what we're seeing is that technological innovations were available. By the 1930s, tractors have become a lot more readily available. They were far superior from those which had been used in the First World War, but in effect, their adoption was relatively slow. In a similar way, when you look at milk production, milking by hand remains the dominant mode in which the dairy herd will look after. The mechanical milking machine to overcome some of the technical issues. It was quite feasible, but what we're talking about is a system in which technical adoption, as opposed to technical innovation, was not necessarily all that significant. Why was mechanisation so slowly adopted during this crucial period? Well, I've already noted the impact of low prices, but we might also stress the attitudes of farmers themselves. In a situation where family farming units prevailed, you've got the feature that they tend to have low labour costs. The opportunity of kind of like people working in other activities, the farming families tended to encourage their sons and children to remain on the land. This abundant supply of low-paid family labour certainly played a major factor in discouraging the adoption of mechanisation. And when we look at other countries, we might need to bear in mind that the fact that it's the labour situation which often determines mechanisation and technological innovation. In a country with a plentiful supply of paid labour, where it's unlikely to be, there's bound to be fewer benefits in adopting the latest technology. We might also note that British machinery manufacturers weren't necessarily the most efficient in terms of promoting mechanisation. The British machinery manufacturers, particularly in the 1930s, made little effort to persuade farmers to use combine harvesters instead of the more conventional methods associated with putting the cereals with a binder. And in Britain, you could claim with a great deal of justification that these acted as a powerful vested interest in inhibiting technological change. Moving on, harvesting cereal crops was by the early 1930s, it was technically possible, but it's only adopted by the most enterprising farmers who were able to benefit from the lower costs. These enterprising farmers tended to be tended to either own or rent considerably larger farms than their neighbours, often kind of like they were employing labour as opposed to utilising family labour. And in spite of the labour-saving advantages that using a combine harvester instead of a binder are offered, there was only a relatively small, its adoption was relatively small. By the early to mid-1930s, the combine harvester has successfully passed through its experimental stage in this country. And it offered the opportunity to be a cost-reducing machine on farms readily adopted to its use. In effect, most farms, though, were in effect too small. They had too little arable acreage to justify the use of a combine harvester, and family factors with the abundant supply of low-cost labour tended to inhibit its adoption. When we move on, please. As we saw in the earlier slide about the wartime changes in land use which took place, there was a very dramatic increase in the arable acreage during the Second World War. In effect, farmers were required, being directed by the state, to increase arable production, and this was really a pragmatic response to the need to increase production in order to compensate for the decline in imported food. Britain's dependence on imported food with its elongated supply routes made it an ideal system for the Germans to cut Britain's food supply and possibly even starve the country into submission. So in order to stimulate a structural realignment of agriculture, the state guaranteed considerably higher prices for virtually all agricultural commodities. We might see this as like the idea of the carrot approach. In effect, we're going to encourage farmers to change their system of farming as a result of higher prices, but recognising the fact that such a system of higher prices had not led to a very dramatic increase in arable farming in the First World War, the government decided to implement the state direction of agriculture by establishing war agricultural executive committees, one for each county in England and Wales. And in effect, the government implemented a national scheme to increase the arable acreage each year. For example, in 1939 to 40, the intention was to plough an additional 2 million acres of land, whereas this continued as a series of campaigns, and in effect, the ploughing up campaign, converting pasture land to arable cropping, was justified on the fact that, according to the government figures, it produced considerably more, arable land produced considerably more calories per acre than if it was left as pasture and livestock farming. As we'll appreciate, the government, for the first time, had to play a key part in mechanisation, particularly in the form of encouraging the use of the tractor in lieu of horses. In the late 1930s, there were roughly in the region of about 500,000 or so working horses in Britain used for ploughing and cultivation activities. The 5 million acre increase in arable land which took place during the war was clearly too great population to have coped with it. And tractors provided a very effective means of raising food production during this crucial period. Wartime changes were really hailed as a remarkable success story. And as we'll see by moving on, the impact of food production during the war was deemed to be outstanding. In the words of the Minister of Food, quote, by 1944, there had been compared with pre-war production a 90% increase in wheat, 80% increase in potatoes, 45% increase in vegetables, and a 19% in sugar beet. It's important to stress, though, that this wartime increase in arable production was primarily a result of the wartime conversion of grassland to arable farming. Crop yields remained relatively static, and as a result, the government scheme focused on increasing the area of arable land devoted towards these individual crops, rather than necessarily trying to increase yields per acre. The 5 million acre or so increase in the arable acreage during the war totally surpassed that achieved during any previous period of agricultural development. And one of the key features of this was, moving on please, was wartime increase in mechanisation. Tractors and their ancillary equipment were instrumental in facilitating the wartime expansion of arable farming, particularly in terms of the number of tractors, which rose dramatically. You're talking about in England and Wales, somewhere in the region of about 50,000 or so tractors in 1939. By the end of the war, by 1946, they were about in the region of 180,000, more than a trebling increase in mechanisation. This pace of mechanisation was really unprecedented in the annals of agrarian history. It's calculated, for example, that what happened during the war, based on pre-war trends, if pre-war trends had continued without the war, it would have taken 15 years to reach the situation which Britain had achieved by 1945. But, moving on, if you look at tractors, one of the issues which merits consideration is that tractors, in the case of Britain, weren't necessarily the most sophisticated machines. For a variety of reasons, Britain had to depend primarily on Fordson tractors, which were, in some cases, really technologically inferior to their competitors. These were basically utilitarian pulling machines, whereas some of our competitors like Massey Ferguson had three-point hydraulic systems. In effect, if you look at this particular tractor, wartime shortages meant that in effect you got iron wheels. These were referred to as spade lugs. Whilst they provided better grip in when the soils were wet, this was really a pragmatic response to the fact that Britain had a very chronic shortage of rubber, and it was really one of the few ways in which these tractors could be mobilised for the war effort. Tractors also offered the opportunity to train new. It was much easier to train a new recruit to drive the tractor than if you had to depend on horses. They enabled the ploughing and cultivation of land to be undertaken at a much faster rate. For example, in terms of ploughing heavy land, it might require, in Britain on the heavy soils, a team of up to 3 horses to pull a single for a plough, with a work rate of less than 1 acre a day. In contrast, a tractor working under some similar conditions would be able to plough at least 3 times as much land. In a similar way, using a tractor to pull a binder was much faster, and it eliminated the need for frequent breaks for the animals to replenish their strength. The pre-war tractor market, as I mentioned, was dominated by Fordson. The Fordson Model 10 was first produced in any quantity in the early 1930s, but it was little changed from the Model F of 1917. Consequently, by the outbreak of the war, the machines were far inferior to those produced by other companies. They were difficult to start, particularly in cold weather, had a high petrol consumption, and a relatively inefficient transmission system. The great virtue was that they were relatively cheap. And the point was that Ford was really the only manufacturer which had the necessary capacity to significantly increase production during the war. I labour this point because during a period of rapid agrarian change, it's important to bear in mind that the mechanisation which became available wasn't necessarily the fact that it was always the most appropriate or superior to the alternatives. When we look at kind of like the further dissemination of agricultural innovations, including precision farming, we might kind of like raise the issue that possibly what we've got is not necessarily what's available to be adopted isn't necessarily the most efficient. In a similar way, when you look at the use of tractors, the wartime shortage of farm machinery, much of the farm machinery in the 1930s had been designed, or at least it had been built by local blacksmiths for use by orphans. It meant that existing horse-drawn equipment had to be converted to be pulled by the tractor, and in many cases, existing implements were far too small or narrow to use the tractor's full capacity. Tractors, as I mentioned, and their result equipment were instrumental in promoting the wartime expansion of rural farming. But in effect, what we're seeing is the fact that they weren't necessarily almost the most suitable. Perhaps if we had used them slightly more other models of tractors, and more importantly, if we'd had the resources to increase the supply of tractor implements, agricultural production could have increased even more dramatically. But moving on, please. The post-war period, after the war, really was characterised by an unprecedented increase in agricultural output and productivity. This is really kind of like the period when we see the dissemination and adoption of really the benefits of the technological changes which had become available in the 1930s and transformed agricultural production in this period. If you look at the volume of output, output increased very significantly, averaging about 2.8% between 1945 and 1965. Yields of arable crops increased roughly about threefold in the same period, and there was significant corresponding increase in the output and productivity of the livestock sector. It's widely adopted that these increases were primarily the result of the widespread application of scientific and technological knowledge. What differentiates this post-war period from previous periods is the fact that during the post-war decades, these technological innovations were widely assimilated by the farming community. During the Second World War, it was really kind of like the leading or larger farmers, often being on the wartime committees which governed agriculture in this period, which were instrumental in encouraging this transformation of agriculture. Even at the end of the war, large numbers of farmers still depended on horses as their main source of supply. They'd not really taken on the mechanical innovations which could revolutionise production. In effect, many of the innovations, as we've noted, like milking machines, combines, tractors, were available in the 1930s, but they're not necessarily been as adopted to the same extent as they might have done. Moving on, please. The post-war agricultural revolution, which really covers the 1940s onwards up to the 1980s, was really kind of like the adoption of some the widespread adoption of mechanization in the form of tractors, milking machines, combine harvesters. They'd all been used prior to the outbreak of the Second World War, but were widely adopted. They became labour-saving initiatives in this period. and the distinguishing feature of the post-war period was not necessarily the development of new, more productive ways of farming. Certainly, there were some very important initiatives in the use of the development of herbicides and pesticides to kill weeds. Large-scale, much more powerful tractors became available. Farming became really kind of like a business as opposed to a way of life. But the question still remains is why were these existing and new scientific systems of production so rapidly assimilated by farmers in the post-war decades? And I think to a large point that this reflects the role of the state. Particularly credit should be given to the efforts of the newly established National Agricultural Advisory Service, or so-called NAS. It played a key role in persuading farmers to adopt more productive methods. With the variety of other organisations which became available, one of the things which it did, instead of directing farmers, as they'd done in the war, to do certain activities, to mechanise, these post-war organisations reached out and made strenuous efforts to talk to farmers on a personal basis with their representatives who would be responsible going out and meeting farmers and also organising talks and other activities, and as well as running demonstration farms in order to adopt the more productive methods which were available. Machinery manufacturers in this period also played a role in disseminating the benefits of mechanisation, not only through their mass advertisements in the farming press, but also in a similar way to NAS and the other organisations, making personal contacts with farmers. In effect, you're really seeing the mass adoption of these technological innovations. Moving on, please. It's very easy to assume that the pre-war pace of agricultural change really was a spontaneous development which reflected the conditions of the time. When we look at the post-war revolution in farming, you've got to place a great deal of emphasis on the important role played by the British state. During the Second World War, as I mentioned earlier, it had provided guaranteed prices for the main agricultural products. It had provided those in what you might regard as like a carrot to encourage farmers to do certain activities. But it had also directed farmers to carry out these activities by requiring them to plough certain fields, by requiring them to adopt fairly radical changes in the way they farmed. After the war, many of these wartime initiatives were enshrined in legislation, in particular the landmark 1947 Agricultural Act. And this committed the state to providing guaranteed prices for most agricultural commodities in peacetime. It was really a revolutionary development because previous phases of agricultural state direction of agriculture had largely been confined to conditions when Britain was at war. It was also, and less obviously, committed to promoting efficiency, in particular, encouraging farmers to adopt more productive methods, including mechanisation. And it did so in a variety of ways. With the guaranteed prices, the state implemented an annual price review system whereby it assessed, or the Minister of Agriculture assessed the extent to which the cost of agriculture production had increased from the previous year, and guaranteed prices were increased, but not to the same extent as the increased cost of production. In effect, farmers were required really to get larger to produce more in order to maintain their living standards. Efficiency was also provided by the fact that state support for agriculture was increasingly shifting from maintaining high guaranteed prices, but more importantly, to shifting to providing incentives for grants and subsidies, encouraging farmers for infrastructure improvements, including tax incentives for capital investments, including mechanisation. the outcome was the fact that Britain became very highly mechanised in this period. Moving on, please. When we look at it, though, we also want to remember that the state made a determined effort in the 1950s and 60s to actually try and encourage people to leave agriculture. During this period in Britain, the country was experiencing what you might regard as full employment, where less than about, for a large part of it, less than 3% of the workforce were out of work. You've got a decision by successive governments to try and encourage agricultural workers to move to industry, manufacturing industry. And in consequence, what we're talking about are pressures designed to encourage the shift of labour to manufacturing industries, and also because of the fact that although farm workers were still relatively low paid, what we're talking about is the fact that the cost of mechanisation was considerably less than the cost of employing large numbers of workers. In effect, what we're seeing is really the fact that the state, or the British state in particular, is trying to shift the agricultural workforce into industry, and farmers are really faced with the idea of how to cope. Mechanisation appears to be the great opportunity to address the conditions which are faced. We've seen, in the sense of robotics or precision farming beginning to emerge, but in effect, precision farming or the challenges to disseminating the benefits of precision farming might actually reflect the way in which British agriculture has been transformed. It's clearly evident that although British agriculture has gone through a series of revolutions since the 18th century, development has clearly not necessarily been all that linear or even seamless. If you look back, for example, there was considerable opposition initially to the development of utilising thrashing machines in lieu of the traditional methods of separating the grain from the straw. In effect, one of the problems which we come from is that when you look at the transformation of British agriculture, much of it could be explained as a pragmatic response to the circumstances of the time. The transformation which took place during the Second World War was a pragmatic response to the fact that the British state was heavily dependent on imported food, and it had to make a determined effort to actually raise agriculture production in order to save the country from possible starvation. In a similar way, when you actually explore the post-war changes, after the Second World War, food shortages were still widespread. The British government, faced with a financial problem at the end of the war, was forced to continue with the wartime system of rationing. And in effect, what we're seeing is that post-war rationing was actually worse than actually during the darkest days of the Second World War. In effect, worldwide food shortages played a key role in actually promoting the state's commitment to agricultural expansion. I labour this point because when we look at the way in which agriculture might be transformed in the future with robotics, when you look at the way in which other countries, which are perhaps been much slower than the industrialised nations to adopt this system, the structure of farming, with its dominated in many cases by family farming units, with an abundant supply of low-cost labour, might actually inhibit the adoption of the latest technology. In the case of Britain, the Second World War period was really a crucial period in promoting mechanisation. The way in which post-war NASA and other agencies reached out to promote the dissemination of more productive methods, they didn't kind of like, as in the case of the Second World War, simply direct farmers to do them, but they reached out through a variety of local contacts with making personal contacts with the farming individual farmers, ensured that there was a widespread adoption of mechanisation. We might actually raise a few qualifications about the extent to which mechanisation took place. When you look at British experience, it can provide important lessons for other countries. And if we just move on for a second. In the future, the pace of technological change will likely to continue to increase at an even faster rate in the future. Historical analysis about agricultural mechanisation reveals there's a very significant gap between its initial development and its adoption by the mass of farmers. There's considerable variation between one farmer and another. The history of British mechanisation reveals that in the 1930s, the leading farmers, a small in number, what you might regard as progressive, often with substantial areas of land either farmed or rented, played a key role in promoting mechanisation by regarding or by appreciating that mechanisation was the main way to remain cost effective and to better compete with overseas food suppliers. But at the other end of the spectrum, you might regard there's a large number of traditional farmers who, for a variety of reasons, perhaps ranging from the fact that family farmers, they see little point in mechanisation as a way of saving labour. There's little desire to let their children migrate to manufacturing industry. These kind of really are going to be a difficult group to convert. One of the processes to remember is, though, that during this period, particularly the post-war period, that British farming became much more specialised and concentrated, and each farm concentrated on a smaller number of enterprises than it had done in the 1930s. This only not only generated or justified developed the benefits derived from economies of scale, but when you actually look at the different farmers, it was the post-war decade witnessed a dramatic decline in the number of what you might regard as traditional farmers, not only the fact that traditional farmers were now willing to adopt mechanisation, but more importantly, the fact that many traditional farmers were being increasingly squeezed out of the industry. They might have remained as farmers in a technical sense, but they were forced, in order to maintain their income, to take up other alternative forms of gainful activity, like members of their family being encouraged to seek ways of supplementing their income, or by being forced to engage in diversification activities, trying to generate income from non-agricultural activities. Above all, the British experience of mechanisation reveals the success of post-war state agencies in disseminating by using personal contact with farmers to encourage them to become more adoptive and more effective. In effect, when we look at it, we should realise that if we're talking about mechanisation, the benefits of mechanisation might not necessarily be immediately apparent to all the farmers, particularly the traditional farmers, which have so far still continued to be important in agriculture. Many thanks for listening to me. I'm sorry about the confusion about not being able to attend. I'd be very, very pleased to respond to any questions you've got either today, or if you'd like to email me either at my work address, which is jmartin at reading.ac.uk, or to email me at my home email, jandbmartin32@gmail.com. Many thanks. I've been very, very pleased to answer any questions.
Test works. Okay, we thank you for your very nice presentation. Unfortunately, we are running a little bit short of time, so if you have time for questions afterwards. Now, I'm calling Dr. Nicola Trendov. Nicola. Okay, this is your turn. So you have a master degree in agribusiness, you told long time ago. So then you gain a PhD in digital agriculture. And today you're working at the Office of Innovation of the FAO, and you are leading the digital agriculture team. So you are based in Rome, you told me, but you are a supporter, like David is, of the Juventus from Torino. Raise your hand if you are from, okay, okay. I'm from Anderlecht, here in Brussels. Okay. No, no one is perfect, yes. So you told me also, fun fact about you is that you visited 60 different countries.
I work in those countries. Tourism.
Okay. So who's beating this 60 different countries? No? No? We have our champion here? There will be no BrIAS program without technical issues. This is all part of the BrIAS program. Yeah.
It's kind okay. It's the full screen. Or? No, well, yeah.
Yes, it's coming.
From here.
Super. So almost ready? Yeah. You can put in your pocket.
Let me how it is.
You can try. Test. 1, 2. No. Zip-a-dee-doo, zip-a-dee-yeah. Works? If not, you can use the microphone here. With this, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Which one? I think both now. Yeah. No, now it's working. Great. Technology. We're talking a lot about the technologies. Yeah. Thanks. As I was introduced, I'm Nicola from FAO, from the Office of Innovation. We try to do fancy things like all of you are trying to do. Of course, I enjoyed your presentations. I also worked previously in Europe, and fancy technological and research organization also at the university. I was teaching the subjects about, and then we in Hungary, more precisely, and we use these facts. But then when you're coming to the real world, that's also a presentation of the title, I would like first to, usually also I was at university teaching, and I'm asking my students where they are from, and so I would like, you're all around here, just to ask a bit, do you have any working experience from developing countries? Anybody that have working experience from developing country?
Does it count?
Italy? No, you're developed. It's developed. Depends, Basilicata or Piemonte? Brazil. Brazil is developing, that's true. Great, so only one. That's my intent, because this is how we can, let's say, go the direction and the discussion. I'll go through some examples, but I'll not go too much to the details. As an FAO, we use a neutral language. I cannot showcase you what the private companies are doing in Africa. I cannot show some specific cases that the governments are good or bad, because our language has to be neutral and to be the advocacy, to do a policy, to advise, to share the knowledge, But also recently, we established the Office of Innovation, which office was established in 2019. And that came through this demand, you know, that usually the global south is a bit waking up later than the global north. And to do this, such a fancy, nice things and technologies you are having here, to coordinate these technologies. So we have 4 areas where we, even I didn't know, Emanuele, I learned now that last year you organized an event on forest site. So this year we publish a forest site publication on harnessing the technologies and the future of the technologies. Even we are talking about teleportation in 2100. Also, and how this can, technological and horizon scanning can we strategically plan and bridge the gap between the global north and the global south. So to leapfrog kind of implementation and scaling in these countries. The second pillar we are mostly is about the connecting and empower. So basically here is the digital agriculture, but also we try to make these innovations also using a frugal approach, also social approach to make them affordable, low cost, accessible, affordable for everyone. And once we test with, once we pilot, we have a couple of projects where we are piloting, testing in different parts of the world. Then we prove it, that it works through public-private partnership, working together with the governments, with universities. Then we are into catalyzing and scaling, but also we have internal Elevate program for scaling internal innovations and internal projects within FAO, not just outside FAO. And then also, which miss in this, but I saw a lot of you mention things that I'll mention also later about the farmers, and that the farmers, where is the presenter, that the tractors love farmers. Indeed, they love it. But then if you want them to adopt all these things, you have to change their mindset, to change their culture, but also to change our culture, because as I told you, at university, sometimes our culture is not innovative, or we think we are innovating something, but sometimes we are not collaborative. We work in silos, in the labs. We don't scaling up outside the things from the labs. And we think always a bit, we are egoist thinking we are the best. And this is something that in the global south doesn't also work. I think also in Europe it doesn't work. And that's why we also promote this and fostering the innovative mindset and culture of change, but also innovative skills, which is not just to develop the robot or the automation process, but it's parallel work all around it. Well, FAO mechanization is one of our core business. We have a department that is for plant production protection, and mechanization is incorporated in many areas where we work, tractors, plowers, different type of small mechanization and tools. Also, we know the truth, and we had a lot of publication, a lot of studies on how these are affecting the farmers. So we also apply research. So we also apply findings, and also we strengthen this research collaboration. We develop national strategies for mechanization. We train, we build capacity how to drive tractors, how to maintain tractors through the farmer field school approach and different type of extension approaches. But also we understand and we know that, you know, the mechanization and the beautiful presentation that we had is the digital innovation offer opportunities. Or through these studies, through these findings assessment, we saw, especially, for example, Africa is the most youthful population, the growing population, and here, if you want also in Europe, is we have the shortage of labor as well. If you want to attract, we have to make this mechanization fancy for them or the robots. But also, we understand and we know that even though it's attractive, can bridge the gap between the high tech and the low tech. The gap is still there. We talk a lot for the last 50, 60 years, how to bridge the gap, but even the gap is in Europe. I'm from Southeast Europe. I study in East Europe, and I'm living in West Europe. We're in different gears, in different speed. We are cruising approach. And also in Eastern Europe, whatever you apply in the West does not work in East. It's vice versa. And this is the same from FAO. We cannot apply one size fits all. We have different projects in different countries, and we have different approaches, even in the same topic. later I'll talk about the drones, something that we fly, even our department. We have experience, and I'll share this experience with you. And also, we are partnering. As I said, we have a biggest network of university network. More than 1,000 universities are partnering with FAO on this side, but also relevant organization, institutes, like the one that is hosting me currently now, BrIAS. And then this is something that also we leverage resources. We have exchange of programs between global Southeast with global Southwest, like for example from Brazil to Africa, from Africa to Brazil to exchange, to learn. Also from China, the South-South cooperation, where we try to exchange on this knowledge. So from the global perspective, it's a bit different. The hunger is there. We have to say yes or no. Doesn't matter, the facts saying it's there. Population is growing. The technology like automation, robotics are still underestimated. People are not aware, even on a higher level, the politicians, the policymakers. Universities, they don't have the same equipment access like those in the global north. They don't have Horizon Europe, even didn't have a Horizon 2020, even though now with the Horizon Europe, there is opportunity for EU collaboration, and there are a couple of streams on this digitalization and a couple of projects in this area, which I'm happy to see that is finally happening, but still, it's not there. The population is growing, and they'll be bigger, and the biggest uncultivated land, we had this presentation from the colleague from Britain, is that they were forced to cultivate, but then in the global south, nobody forced them, but also they are not attracting to cultivate. So agriculture, even though youth are there, population is there, they're leaving, and they're moving to the urban areas, which Europe is more or less the same. And the population will be big. The arable land is there, but they are not cultivated. We're coming to a scenario that was presented also like from the British colleague, that in the 30s where they import everything. So we have also countries in not just global south, but also in north, where you, especially in East Europe, we have countries where they heavily depend on import of food, even though the land is there, but most of the people are in West Europe. So in East, nobody's cultivating the arable land, like in Hungary, which is one of the plain countries in Europe, and like kind of breadbasket. A lot of land is not cultivated because there are no people to work on it. And the global south also is like, I saw one presentation on 0.9 hectares of land. I don't know which one of the presentation. Well, in the global south, if you get 1.2, you're a big landowner. Most of them are below 0.2, which means even though technically we would like to apply robotics or automation, flying drones for 0.2 hectares, it's not cost effective. So these are the things that we have there, but also we realize that there is a potential opportunity. Of course, you can improve the livelihood, the food sovereignty, so optimization, because there in the global south, the supply chain is broken. The food supply chain is broken. Basically, the product you produce today, the day it reaches the market, it's already perishable, because they have a lot of middlemen, the transportation, infrastructure. So, and also like any type of automation is not applicable, because we talk a lot about, and I'll talk in the next slide, is that basic infrastructure does not exist. So, and the problem is also the rural-urban migration. The cities are becoming bigger and bigger. So we have cities like Lagos, more than 20 million people, which Daniel was in Brazil, he knows Sao Paulo is around this. So, and then the rural areas are really empty. There are countries where you travel for 50, 60, 70 kilometers and you cannot find a single village around, like the states in the middle, the central part of the United States, where you have to travel through the famous Route 66 and then you find nothing. So it's more or less the same in some of those countries there, especially in the northern part of Africa. So, as I said, there are different layers. I don't want to teach no one about robotics, about automation. All of you are expert in this area, no, but you know, there is no feasibility studies. We still don't have feasibility study on particular part of technology that we would like to apply on the field, and we don't have successful case that this can be scaled up. We are lacking such kind of expertise in the field, not just FAO, but the global south itself, because we don't have them. So we don't have pilots, we don't have trials, so how we will know if it will work or not? But also we don't have the infrastructure. As I said, some of the robotics, they are requiring high voltage electricity. And then you have regions in the global south that they have only 8 hours per day electricity. And then imagine if you want to have a glass house to cool it or to heat it for 24 hours, you have only 8 hours choice. And then you go to aggregators, you have two different type of things, which again is not cost effective, because here in Europe, in the global north, you have optimized for one resource, but because you know this resource exists 24 hours. So also the internet coverage. Most of the countries nowadays, let's say, get more than 60% 3G. 4G is available only in the capital cities. 5G is a fairy tale. Even then, you don't love it. In Italy also is fairy tale. You have only, in the south is more like 4G, and then 5G is, in Rome you have 5G, that's true. But there is the problem that we have there, that there are a different level of enabling environment that we have to get, so in order to at least start introducing this technology. But not is everything black and gray. There is also a nice blue sky. There are now numerous startups nowadays that we are tracking. We are seeing some of them were joining some of our competitions because we organize hackathon challenges, boot camps where we support these startups to grow. They're trying. There are a couple of them in Nigeria, especially for the tomato production, for cassava in Kenya, for the maize, for wheat in Ethiopia. There are startups that are growing nowadays. They are coming, you know, especially those are youth-driven that were studying abroad. They get the knowledge, they're coming, they're trying, they're testing, getting some grants. Things start moving slowly, but still, the gap is very big. And the requirements, because we support them, we know what are their needs, and we usually face with the problems, as I said, like connecting data. There is no standardization. There is no interoperability between the systems. Sometimes you have one ministry with one data set, another one with another data set, one company providing you services with another, a third one with another, so, and then you get confusion. Do not talk about the data privacy, all these things, that's still ongoing discussion. One pioneering, for example, country is only like Rwanda, that they have national AI strategy, and they have e-commerce strategy, such kind of thing that more or less is consolidated, I will say, a good champion in the countries. Morocco also is one of them. But then when it's coming to the global picture, they still don't have this type of even services for the startup where we can also even trade data, to say, to some point. So wireless, IoT sensors, this is one of the problems. There is no maintenance. Most of you showed the nice case studies, nice robots, but then even though you deploy, the problem is that kind of we throw this technology, but we don't train them how to maintain the technology or to supply later with, let's say, repairing spare parts. Yeah, and also the problem is with the access. Most of the farmers, they are on feature phones, which means SMS. Most of them are illiterate, it means IVR or voice messages. So these are the things that, even though you can give them a nice solution that can be global, for example, like BrIAS is on a global level, then they cannot access to this solution because there is no the basic smartphone with a 3G that can support this solution and get the real-time data. Yes, and they have to run to the nearest town and to come back to catch up data, and then when it's coming, could be late because, for example, the desert locust or small army wall, you know, such kind of insects can come over a night and your yield is destroyed completely. And acquisition, so access. Not many companies are coming to offer those products in the global south because they know, first of all, is the purchasing power. land, small farms, small farmers, many other things like, as I mentioned, infrastructure. So there is no access to them. There is no, even at university level, where they can train students, where they can teach the new generations how to produce locally made to do this. So in a nutshell, this is the conditions and things that we are trying to solve at the moment, and not particularly country by country, but again, through this competition and startups where we are supporting, and also we are a member of the Digital Public Good Alliance. We are promoting open access. We are advising on open solutions where they can plug and play with data and different type of remote sensing technologies free of charge, so they can be enabled to develop their own solution in a low-cost manners. As I mentioned, this is, for example, the drone from Ethiopia, and we need 3 months to get access, to get permission to fly the drone, because still the drones in the global south are heavily under the Ministry of Defense, the military. So there are still no laws, regulations in most of the countries. We had the one country, we had the drone, we had the training, everything, and after 2 days during this workshop came the Ministry of Defense with the police and asked us, why you're flying the drones? They said, it's for agriculture. But you're not allowed. But then we said, where is the law? But we don't have law, then how? No? So this is we're coming to this limbo of issues. And then we started to get obtain the license to, and then we hire a local company to do the training for us. Even though we have experts, we are not allowed. Then there was a person from the security agency, person from the ministry, and people from extension office, of course, Ministry of Agriculture, to be there, so that we can also they be present and to see that we fly the drone for agriculture purposes. So 3 days we had for pesticides, for with RGB camera spectrum, basic training, let's say, mapping, field mapping, basic field mapping things to train. And for 70–80% of those people that are from the advisory services, from farmer associations, some private companies as well, businesses, startup businesses, this was first of its kind training for them. They had some basic knowledge about remote sensing. Some of them, they had like even used ArcGIS in the past, kind of things, but not necessarily had, let's say, proper training on how to fly drones. So this is the reality from the field. We also had started with IoT sensors in a controlled environment with glass houses in Uzbekistan. Now we do also in some Caribbean islands, but it's still new, and we're still kind of piloting and testing this kind of solutions that we can scale up in the other countries. So it's still on this process. And then the challenges, opportunities, as I mentioned, is the limited infrastructure, resources, finance, as I mentioned, Horizon, such kind of research funds, a big donation, or even the countries themselves, the allocation for research and development for agriculture is very low, because there are much more priorities than this part. And that's why many countries, they neglect this part, even though there are some, we also support on national agriculture research strategies where we fight to have, more for this part, more to put on innovation part. Facilities are not there. This is also another part, and they don't communicate. So the field trial plots from some agency, like a public agriculture agency that they have, or university, with the private sector, is still not connected. So we established 2 digital agriculture innovation hubs. We follow the model of the smart agri hubs from I think Wageningen is leading it, but it's a consortium of many other partners to join them, to make that kind of a battlefield for innovation, where everybody's coming and we do something. And then in the same time is the educational barrier, also at every level. As I mentioned, the farmers are illiterate, so you have to approach in a different way, even though the big farmers are also And the problem is that not every farmer wants to be progressive and want to grow, want to be a businessman. Most of them are farm gate. They produce, they put it in front of the farm, they are waiting for the middleman, they sell, they get the money, that's it. This is, as I said, part that we're trying to do, the cultural change of innovative and entrepreneurship mindset. And the regulatory part, which I mentioned, these are the challenges. We are trying to go through this. As you know, FAO is serving the government, serving the countries. We are developing digital agriculture strategies, also some policies on this part where we can enable environment for such kind of technologies. But the opportunities are there, as I mentioned, because we depend more and more in Europe on import of food, and traditional markets are there. We import a lot from the global south, but at some point the prices are increasing. One part is inflation, as we all know, but also the other factors that are causing, beside the conflicts around the world, is also that in these countries also there is a shortage of labor, the mechanization is not there, heavily depend on labor force, and the products, the infrastructure, you know, it's not there, the optimization is not there, so that's why they'll become more and more expensive and more rare, I would say, some of the products, because, you know, the optimization and improvement of the value chains are not happening. But the automation can fix this to improve the yield, to improve the quality, also sustainability, the environmental sustainability, and especially nowadays in many countries in the global south, like it's trendy topic, the carbon farming and the carbon credit farming. I know there are a couple of even international challenges. Also in China is a big topic. The venture capitalists put a lot of money on research and development, support a lot of startups on this part. Which many also of them are on automation and robotics, but also economic growth and attracting youth coming back. So basically, you know, and creating a new job, but also we're trying to make some locally made, like Fatto d'Italia, we made Fatto di, I don't know, country in global south, so that you should be in a local content, because also some of my colleagues presented that should be in a local content, local needs for the local farmers, the solution so that you can attract them. But the risk is there. I mean, I'll say that dependence on technology, because the big companies, big tech companies are providing solutions, and then you depend on that solution, then, you know, like a full package. Like, I don't know, I have Apple, and then Mac, and iPhone, and AirPods, and because I depend on that product, and that's why I'm already equipped with all these things, because if I go to Android, it will not be the same as with iOS. It's the same with agriculture. And then the data, as I mentioned earlier, the interoperability. So basically, we are coming to a point that we can push them, but also to depend on this technology. And sometimes also they sign a contract without of knowing the terms and conditions, as most of us doing that. You accept the cookies or you accept terms and conditions just to tick the box to buy something, but you're not reading them. And this is also happening with the farmers in the global south. There are some cases where they, in many countries where the, let's say, the agri-tech ecosystem is developed, they're signing things, but they are not aware that actually they are owner of this data. So, and they can make money from the data, as many farmers in Europe are making money from the data, but they are not aware about that. Also is the social displacement. Basically, we are losing as I mentioned, the community, and then also kind of we can lose the youth because, and also the farmers, as I said, if we push this technology to them, in many cases, they were not happy to have this technology. They were like neglecting, or even like they love their tractor, but also they love the way how they're cultivating the land and producing. And then we are going and say, okay, let's try to change a bit to introduce some innovation technology. And it's like also, I grew up on a farm, and this passion for agriculture, I studied all my life agriculture, not just the master. And my grandfather, we thought a lot about the way how we are producing. Also, we had a couple of durum, but also pigs. We produce durum for meat. And we had a lot of thought, because he said, no, I'm farmer, and he was farmer all his life. He said, "You're not going to teach me how to do things." You know, even I was asking for basic sensors on the plower just to navigate the land. But he knows his land very well, so that's why he said, "No, I know my land. I'm cultivating this land for 60 years, and now you're going to tell me where is the gap, how to make it, you know, straight." So these are the things that also of this social displacement could happen, that we lose this part. And the cybersecurity. The systems there are not secure, even in the ministries, at public institution, but also private institution. The way of how they are secured is really low. I mean, many of them official bodies of the governments, they have a Gmail accounts. They don't have a corporate accounts. So this is something that is also, you can understand how vulnerable they are in this part. And also is the environmental impact, because if we mention all these challenges and risks, and we introduce the technology without of proper guidance, environmental risk could be very high if they misuse the power of the automation and the robotics. And as I said in the beginning, the limited access to the technologies, the skill gaps, the cultural resistance is also a problem, but also access to the market. Also, they are not available, these technologies there. Big companies are not interested in selling this to 0.2 hectares. And they're even not producing for such kind of farmers, because for them the revenue is with the big players, or big farms, 10, 20, 100 hectares. Yes, so what are the way forward? Reality on the field. So whatever we produce, we have to co-create together with the farmer, and for the farmer, for the end user. Because many things we produce in silo or in the lab, as I mentioned before, and then we go and then we try to scale up. It doesn't work. We tried many years ago, it doesn't work. Support from the government. We always need the support. The initiative to enable the environment through regulatory framework, policies, to push them. Because if you don't push government for AI strategy, they will not develop it. We pushed the European Union for this because the AI became so big that they felt threatened, that in kind of way, I mean, threatened for people, for all of us. But nobody was talking about AI strategies 7, 8 years ago. Even OpenAI was a company established more than 10 years ago, or even Meta and the rest. They were focused on the GDPR, but now they're focusing on AI. And in the future, will be on totally different technology that we don't know what will happen, what will come. As I mentioned, is the public-private partnership. We have to work together. Private is driven, mostly private companies are driving the innovation. This is not a myth, this is a fact, this is true. That's why they are striving to get the latest technology and to develop the best solution so they can be competitive. But also the public should not kind of sleeping, have to take hand in hand and join the forces together. Education, we have to invest a lot in education. Education, as Nelson Mandela said, is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. And I believe all of us here are well educated, still in the education process, those that are students. And we have also to put, when we introduce these technologies, we have to put also efforts on educating about these technologies, not just make them aware, but also how to operate. And yeah, to repeat myself, is the customization for a local context. Always co-create together with the farmers, with the markets, depends to whom this product will serve. Otherwise, it will be another toy. I'm always saying expensive toy that after 2-3 years will stay on the side and nobody will use on your farm. Yeah. Thank you. Questions? Okay, sure.
Just.
Okay.
So we have a question from Leonardo. Is sustainability an issue taken into consideration in developing countries? So
can you repeat my
asking if sustainability is an issue taken into account in developing countries.
Okay.
Sustainability.
Depends, I'll say. Depends.
Environmental sensibility.
Sorry?
Environmental,
yes.
sustainability.
To be honest, is not, in my opinion. So my personal opinion, not FAO opinion, just to say. Because my experience from the field, even though I represent FAO, this is what I see from the field, and I think is not. Why? Because when you have hunger, when you have poverty, the whole focus is about to optimize the production. In Europe, we have bio, we have agroecology, I don't know what. But in Global South, also, like I'm born in Macedonia, North Macedonia to be more precise, correctly. You have poverty, you have hunger, and then you have to produce more. Even though I remember when we were small kids, we produce more and we preserve it even for the winter, so that we know, because in the winter there is snow, there is no food to eat. And we apply practices, and we are with the mindset, also in the Global South I see, is with the mindset to produce more, not to sustain. I know there is a lot about this deforestation, all these things, but again, it's human being to survive. And that's why when first you solve the hunger, you solve the poverty, then you can think about sustainability. But I agree, we have to focus, and I feel we focus, we try, we push hard, we have a lot of initiatives to go it hand in hand, to solve the hunger, to solve the poverty, but to be in the sustainable way. We also have, for example, a blockchain for traceability, for child labor, for cocoa value chains, where we try to solve it. But again, you know, it's a small droplets in the ocean, which ocean is hunger. Hope I answered it.
Okay, so
just of course, you are meaning that in developing countries it's really important to have still first generation agronomists that were very focused in getting a high production with a very few
legacy
inputs.
of green revolution.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So,
thank you.
and just to add, is to feed themselves, but also they're export-oriented countries. All of you like pineapple, mango, passion fruit, banana. They're optimizing because the demand from the north is increasing. So it's a lot of issues on this part.
So you have a question now on dependency of technology. An anonymous person is asking you, do you think international standardization could help, and how realistic do you see one or few standards to prevail? So do you think international standardization could help?
A lot.
And how realistic do you see one or few standards to prevail?
I see it happening. I mean, many countries, especially European Union on this part is good, are pushing countries to certify, to apply these standards in order their products to be exported to the European Union. And they're putting legislation in the Global South on this. They're trying to do. For example, in Macedonia, we have a lot of ISO, HCCCP standards that we are implementing following the European Union regulations, because we know, even though we are a member candidate since 20 years, I don't know how much, we are trying to get there because we know we depend on that. And like GDPR nowadays is very famous all around the world, not just in Europe. In the States now we have COPPA, I think. So those are standards that are coming and will come more and more. United Nations established the AI high-level body. And probably in the future they're planning, I think, also to establish an UN AI agency or such kind of entity to make a global standards and regulation, all those things. And it's happening, it's coming, but again, okay, because it's a push factor by those that are producing those technologies. And will happen, but again, the Global South is always a bit lagging behind, but it's happening. And I believe this is something that we really have to do, because standardization is something that is winning for all. To trade data, to buy data, to protect data, to enable data, And this is something that we also, as I mentioned, we're a member of the Digital Public Good Alliance. We believe in open access, open content. And we believe this is the future. Thanks.
Thank you. So we thank again Professor John Martin and Dr. Nicolas Trendov. That was a great presentation. If you still have some questions for Nicolas, so during the break, you can talk with him. So we resume at 4:15. Next session, 4:15. Thank you.
I invite you to sit for the last in session of the day. There are quite a few people I want to acknowledge also, as it's the end of the day. I want to acknowledge Emanuele Garone as the main chair of the whole event across the 2 days. I want also a special thanks to Anja, who is not here. She's here, sorry. Without whom nothing would be here. Thank you, Andres, for being an amazing technician. Also the postdocs and the team at FARI helping out, so thank you all. Yeah, they deserve it. And also, sorry, Luca. So for the last session of the day, it's an interesting theme. And as Emanuele pointed out this morning, as soon as you start talking about agriculture, the Sustainable Development Goals and robotics, if you just take the Sustainable Development Goals, you could start checking a lot of these sustainable goals. And there is, of course, no surprise here. And even for a small region like Brussels, where there is no land per se to use for agriculture, it is still a very recurring question that we get. How can we be sustainable even in environments like cities or Brussels, where there is close to, there is a lot of population and close to zero land? So today to speak about also robotics in agriculture, give you a bit of a state of play, where we are at. I want to first thank our first speaker, Professor Lorenzo Marconi from the University of Bologna. He will talk about autonomous and semi-autonomous tractors, and will share the experiences from academia to industry. His current research interests include nonlinear control, output regulation for nonlinear systems, control of autonomous air vehicles, robust control, etc. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Yes. So thanks also from my side to the organizer for setting up this very nice and stimulating workshop. And so I'm here with a kind of double cap, because I'm a professor at University of Bologna, and I have a research activity that somehow is around robotics, but my field of expertise is more on control. And also as a founder of this spin-off of University of Bologna that is called Field Robotics. So it's my goal today is try to show experiences that we have done here at the University of Bologna for bringing to the market some technology, some ideas that indeed grew up in the university lab. And so, yes. So I like to start with this claim. That is a claim taken from the Strategic Research Agenda for Robotics in Europe, that at a certain point claims that the issue in agriculture is not about a vision. So somehow the vision is pretty clear what we have to do, the idea of precision farming, but indeed about technologies. So how to make that vision dependable, safe, high performance, robust, and so on and so forth. So actually it's technology, not indeed the vision. Let me also share with you a few challenges that characterize our attempts in the last years. And I have also to acknowledge a big national project that we have in Italy, Agritech, involving many universities. And actually some of the ideas that I'm going to present indeed have been developed in this Agritech projects. So the idea to me was indeed reasoning from scratch. So the idea here when dealing with the tractor of the future is not to make autonomous or electric a conventional tractor, but trying indeed to reason from scratch. So to have a vision and to try to develop something without the bias of the conventional mechanical systems, let's say. Trying to develop something that is flexible, something that could be expanded to scenarios that are not imaginable in terms of, again, things that could happen in the next years. Something that indeed is sustainable, not only environmental sustainable, but also financially speaking sustainable. It's not indeed a good idea to develop something that costs 100,000 euros, in the sense that indeed the adoption of that technology could be indeed not possible. So something that is sustainable at large. To develop something that is safe, to me is not acceptable anymore that one of the first causes of death, work death, is in agriculture, so something that should push also on safety and on safe systems. Something that is absolutely integrated with the field, something that is integrated in the sense that actually could be also co-designed with the plant itself and not simply designed without having in mind the plant, the orchard, the vineyard, or the system that we have to make autonomous or to make and even more automatic. And also there is a big issue to me of business innovation. So right now the market is dominated by the usual big company, John Deere, New Holland, and Kubota, and they are indeed pushing for conventional technologies. They are somehow innovating technologies. They are making more smart technologies, but still with a bias of conventional tractor. And to me, this is a big, big obstacle in indeed pushing new, really new technologies. So the idea also of trying to introduce something that is related to the business innovation, trying again to overcome this big obstacle coming from conventional companies characterizing the market. So a few slides, why electric? We are pushing a lot of systems that are completely fully electric, so not developing something that is hybrid or at some endothermic solutions. And why electric? For many reasons, and to a certain extent, sustainability is the last reason for pushing for electric. So first of all, because if you want to really bring to the field what I would like to call fine field automations, indeed everything should be electric. So trying to bring into the field what is characterizing the transition to pure mechanics to mechatronics in the last 20 years, having machines even more simple, reliable, and robust, and so on and so forth. So actually there is no way of bringing into the field what is the industrial automation without having something that is really indeed electric. Why electric? Because of course there is unmatchable simplicity and also downward scalability. Here I put in comparison a tractor, 60 horse tractor on the right, and somehow the equivalent in terms of power electric engine produced by a company nearby Bologna, Bonfiglioli Group. So you see the footprint in 50 centimeters, you have the same power of a 60 horse tractor. So again, if our goal is to downsize everything, to have something that is smaller, lighter, more sustainable, the transition to full electric solution is definitely unavoidable. And last, to a certain extent, not least, sustainability. Here I acknowledge research carried out by two colleagues in Bologna, Claudio Rossi and Luca Corelli, where in this regional project they proved that actually an orchard could be made completely autonomous and completely off-grid, indeed with a 20 meters square of solar panel. And the idea is, of course, that during the summertime, where actually the production of the solar panel is higher, actually also the kind of energy that is needed to manage the orchard is high. And during the winter time, where maybe the solar panels are not productive or are less productive, even the energy that is needed to manage the field is indeed decreasing. So 20 meters square, 1 hectare. Okay, so something actually that clearly show how everything could be sustainable also in this respect. Everything could be off-grid with 20 meters square of solar panel. So let me show this, how these ideas have been taken by this spin-off, FARI Robotics. It's a spin-off that actually was created a couple of years ago. You see here the website, if you want also to have a look to the idea into the technology we are developing over there. Is a spin-off where the skills are the one that probably are the one needed to deal with this revolution in agriculture. So it's a mechatronic skills. We are expert in autonomous driving, in AI solutions like object recognition, prediction, image segmentations. And we have specific skills for rapid prototyping mechanical solutions and actually to capture and process field data in a kind of robust, smart way. And what we are trying to develop, and you will see in a while the technology that we developed under this vision, is what I like to call the Makita concept. So one battery and many, many tools. You have one battery and the drills, the blower, and the screwdriver, and this is a typical image taken from the Makita websites. So the idea is to do the same in our vision. So to have one big battery that is contained in this rover, the one that you will see in a while, and indeed that could be complemented with many implements, kind of plug-and-play implements that could be conventional implements, but also new generation implements, something that indeed is enabled and pushed by the full electric solution I mentioned before. So solution that, of course, should be multi-purpose. So it's probably as little sense to have one robotic solution per operation, make much more sense to have a philosophy that is the similar of the tractor, one PTO serving many, many, many implements. And this is what we developed. We call it Hammerhead because of the shape of the footprint. And I like to call it, again, an autonomous power bank on field. So it's an autonomous rover with a big battery on board. It's 24 kilowatt hour battery pack with also a battery swap system. I will show it in a while. And also we are developing the docking station in order to perform autonomous charging, indeed with photovoltaic panels or with any other energy source. We have an electric PTO on board, driven by an electric motor in order to, again, plug different kind of implements, traditional or not traditional, with some mechanical specification that make it particularly robust. So we have 1 ton of payload. So we will see later that could be also interpreted or used as a logistic machines, able to carry big bins loaded with fluids. And actually is something very light, is less than 700 kilograms, and very, very tall, and actually very, 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 very indeed robust. And is driven by a few batteries that have been developed together with another startup of University of Bologna that is called Liber. And let me also emphasize a few concepts that are behind this small platform. So first of all, we try to push for the concept of that is much better having a small number a large number of small tractors rather than a small number of large tractors. So if we have a big piece of land to manage, the idea is not to make one single tractor larger, but having larger number of small tractors working in teams properly, indeed coordinated. And this, of course, is something that helps the transportability of the objects. You see on the right that could be transported the rover on a minivan. And of course, is a machine that is typically all-weather, so could also operate in very harsh conditions, and because it's very, very light, also avoiding what is typically a big problem in agriculture, that is soil compaction. So actually small, making many, many rovers smaller, rather than something that is indeed larger. It's a machine that is very robust, so also could be, in principle, also used in what is typically called heroic agriculture setting with big slopes and very uneven terrains. These are a few tests we made at the Agriculture School of University of Bologna, in which we have this platform, and actually was not able to be overturned, even with big slopes. The other concept that to me is crucial, and that is part of the revolutions, is what I like to call the lawnmower concepts. And so basically, if you, as an example, take the garden lawnmower, if you lawn your garden every day and not just once in a while, everything can be downsized in terms of mechanical blades, let's say. Again, if you take an Husqvarna, that kind of small robot, and you see the blades are shaped blades, very, very small, not comparable with the big blades of big machines that must be used once in a while, and with a very low energy consumptions, and of course with a lot of advantages in terms of sustainability. What enables this solution? Autonomy. Of course, we can have that kind of Husqvarna solution because there is no driver on board. Everything goes outside autonomously and can operate in our garden every day and every hour of the day. And autonomy, again, and low speed, enabling a new generation of implements. Okay, not big implements, no requiring a lot of energy, but small implements, very light, and indeed with a very low energy on demand. The other concept we are pushing is the one of robotic-friendly plant. So it's even more important to design, co-design the plant with the robot itself. So if you want to make autonomous, for instance, harvesting, absolutely it is crucial to develop orchards, for instance, that are already conceived in terms of freestyle pruning, consistent with autonomous robotic harvesting. For instance, this robot has been developed in collaboration with a group, agriculture group in Bologna, and we tested what is typically called the planar orchard, where everything is pruned to be planar, to be 2D, and making a certain number of advantages, also in terms, of course, mechanization and in terms of harvesting. Also studying the interrow that are very, very small. We have 1.5, 2 meters interrow that is not compatible with a conventional tractor that indeed allow a big production, of course, with a lot of consequence in terms of agronomic parameter that requires, of course, knowledge, specific knowledge that cannot come from the engineering field. Last but not least, she is bellissima, in the sense that we pushed a lot of attention in taking care of the shape of the machine. She is bellissima is the title used by this pretty famous popular magazine in the United States. That title, she's bellissima after seeing the machine at EIMA, the big fair that we have in Bologna. Why? Because in many sectors, the machine could be also a marketing vehicle, okay, not only a production vehicle. And it's nice that has been used the female gender to indicate a tractor. She is bellissima, it's not it is bellissima. And so this is actually a video showing the machine in action. Actually, we are now completing the TRL9. We are actually almost close to the certification on the machine. That is a nightmare, even because there are no clear certification norm about something of this kind. And we are setting up a production site in Bologna. We already sold 3 of them. And actually is 5 years that this machine has left the university labs. So we shape the final rover on field. So this is again the agriculture field that we have at University of Bologna related to the agriculture school. Many hours of test fields with many attempts that we made in order to refine and to make it suitable in it to be operated in that setting. You saw that the idea is of the electric PTO. So here you see equipped with a mulcher, but actually the idea is to unplug the mulcher and to plug any other kind of implements. And there is a completely autonomous navigation systems, open field, and indeed in row, with an autonomous detection of the end of row, an autonomous turn, and so on and so forth. Actually, you see here in this video the battery swap system that was recently introduced, and you see also a few pictures of these 2.0 Hammerhead that was presented at the Agritechnica in Hanover a few months ago, and also will be present at the next EIMA in Bologna. You see here equipped with an electric mulcher, but you see also there the electric PTO, so you have a possibility of carrying an electric implement or to carry a standard mechanical implement driven by this electric PTO. And now is basically we have the platform, a commercial platform, that is a power bank in the field to build any kind of traditional or new generation implements. So for instance, here I have a few rendering because at the industrial level, actually we have indeed close to the market, even with some of the implements that I will show, but we have some patents that doesn't allow me to show the real picture of the. So we developed the sprayer with a company in Italy called Martignani, low power electrostatic sprayer for indeed also equipped with a canopy density computation reading in order to modulate the spraying according to the canopy density. Actually, we are pushing for developing the inter-row implements, still using the philosophy that I said before. Everything is autonomous, so there is no driver on board. So this means that the machine can go often on field and could be operating at very with a slow speed. So this means that everything could be light, also in terms of implements, and this means that everything is more indeed sustainable. And a few rendering of others, again, implements that we are developing. This is a kind of flexible mulching system able to adapt to different uneven terrains that could be rolled or unrolled with this system. We have 1 ton of payload, so it's a tractor, okay? 1 ton and 700 kilograms of weight. So we put a lot of attempt in developing also the track in a certain way. So this means that this could be also the logistic machine. So one implement is a lifter, indeed loading, for instance, 3 bins full of fruits. 1 bin is about 300 kilograms. And it's, to me, the vehicle enabling industrial automation into field. So now, again, we are working on autonomous harvesting with another company nearby Bologna for picking kiwi for the time being. And is a plug in the field. I like to call it a plug in the field because actually an autonomous plug in the field. Everything is autonomous. And of course, is a machine that could perform data harvesting. So in being autonomous, going to the field very often, it's also enabled to capture data, multispectral data, data coming from LiDAR, and allowing the construction of the digital twin of the plant, of the orchard. And with, of course, the objective of having the DSS at many levels. In here, we see certain kind of points we are working out, like computation of the fruit size, presence of pathogens using a multispectral camera, canopy temperature, and so on and so forth. For instance, in terms of measuring, counting fruits, there are 98% of reliability. Right now, also trying to measure with the camera the size of the fruit. That is another crucial information in that settings. In order to close the loop, so we have one vehicle performing kind of work on field, but also harvesting data, and that could be processed in order to operate the machine itself in a very controlled and precise way. It's a machine that is suitable also for typical cobotics application context. So we have a follow me capabilities, so the machines could follow a human being, and is teleoperable. So of course, we have a joystick, is an autonomous machine, but we have a joystick and could be also teleoperated far away. Actually, together with Microsoft, we are developing a system based on immersive reality for controlling the vehicle from, indeed, a remote location using HoloLens. It's a power takeoff in the field. So we have really, besides the big PTO, we have also some plugs for connecting different kind of implements that typically are used in agriculture, like in light harvestings. These are my conclusions. Hopefully I remain in my slot. So it's a big revolution, of course, not only technological. It's, as already mentioned this morning, is also a matter of changing the mindset of persons. There are big issues in terms of acceptability of this technology, of course. As I said before, it's also a matter of business innovation. And there is a big issue about certification. Basically, we spent the last year to work on certification of this machine. And to me, it's important to have the last mile together. So this will never be a shelf machine like a tractor, but the final refinement of the machine, the final integration in the orchard management must be done together with the farmer who managed the plant. And actually, this is the experience that we are carrying out with a 2-3 visionary manager who bought these machines, trying to refine the final implement, what they really need together, but on a platform that has been developed according to the principle that I said before. Let me conclude with a small advertise. And actually, in less than 1 month, March 13-15, I organized this European Robotics Forum in Rimini as University of Bologna. It is a big event on robotics and events that is not only a university event, but is an industrial event. It's a forum. It's a very nice format where industry and academia meet in order to discuss about robotics. A lot of workshops, a lot of round tables, and nice opening with talking about robotics and sustainability. And there are also hackathon and challenges in the forum, and one of the challenges is about fruit harvesting with universal robots. Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Some of us will be happy to be in Rimini to also see you there. So we got a question about some aspects of what you said. Despite high robustness, errors cannot be excluded. What is the current approach to dealing with that during operation?
With what, sorry? I missed the...
Despite high robustness,
yes,
errors cannot be excluded. What is the current approach to dealing with this during operation?
So actually, yes, of course, the autonomous navigation system could fail in the sense that the orchard could be not ideal as in the lab, but this is the reason why we developed the platform in the last 5 years on field. To me, the right approach is to stop the machine when there is something that is not completely ideal or forecast and predictable. So it's not a big matter to me if actually the machine could stop once in a while. The right trade-off between stopping the machine and taking risk is the right answer to me to this question. The other fact that I would like to emphasize is that again, having this machine often on field, also the orchard itself or the plant itself is somehow conditioned, okay? So I will never operate on something that has been left unended for months, has been maybe already managed 2 weeks before, so everything is somehow perfect, like the garden with a lawn mower, okay? So this creates also the perfect or the ideal setting where this robot could operate and the robustness issues is somehow emphasized.
Very much. So we have another question concerning the sustainability goals. Has there been an evaluation of the processes with and without the robot, for instance, life cycle assessments?
So actually, these are the kind of course, we have done it theoretically, showing that actually the same data that have been presented this morning are somehow confirmed, and there is clear advantages in using this machine. We are really look forward in an optimistic way to the first feedback of the farmer who adopted these machines, because there is no way other than indeed seeing the machine operating for months in real fields, in real settings. So nominally, yes, practically we will see in a year.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So a round of applause, please, for Lorenzo. Thank you. So in the meantime, I will present Bas, who will take over. So Dr. Bas Boom from One Planet Research Center in the Netherlands will talk about robotic pruning for orchards. He is a computer vision researcher at One Planet. And if you don't know One Planet, it's a multidisciplinary collaboration between the Wageningen University and Research, Radboud University and Radboud and IMEC as well in the Netherlands. He's expert also in object recognition, deep learning, and data fusion. I will also, so now you should be good. All right. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so I would like to tell you something around robotic pruning. And I think we already saw some talks about pruning, so maybe not everything I'm going to say will be super novel. So we focused in our work mainly on apples, so on apple orchards. We are doing this work as One Planet, but we're also working together in this research with some universities in Belgium, the University of Ghent, but also the Free University of Brussels. So Garone, who is also in the audience, is one of the people who's helping me with the robotics part, and I'm more doing the sensor part. Yeah, so I think it was already said, so I'm from One Planet, and One Planet is a quite new institute. We started around, we are almost 5 years now, and the idea is to bring sort of the chip and digital technology that IMEC is developing. IMEC is for Belgian people, I think, well known, but probably not for other people in other countries. IMEC is an institute which is a research institute on mainly chip technology, so it's helping the big industry which creates chips to innovate in that fashion. So IMEC started a sort of spin-out in the Netherlands where they work together with the Radboud University, which is mainly on health, and with the Wageningen University. Wageningen University in the Netherlands is well known for sort of the agri-food, and it's the only university in the Netherlands which is specialized only on agri-food. And so IMEC tries to use its technology in agri-food using this institute. So the institute has a couple of goals. It's around a healthy life, a healthy environment, and healthy food. And yeah, I will mainly focus on the healthy environment and food, where sort of our goal within the agri field is that everybody can grow crops for everyone. And that's sort of the goal we want to reach, but yeah, we started, of course, a little bit smaller. So usually how we work as an institute is we start with sort of the sensors. Sensors are sort of one of the core technologies of IMEC. And from the sensors, we are going to go towards a digitalized version of the world, going to do further analysis, and then we hope to apply it. And sort of in this project, the nice thing is that a lot of these things come together in one project. And the project is quite young, so we just started, but still I think we have some interesting results. So the original idea of the project was to create sort of this digital orchard. So you have an apple orchard and we want to sort of make a digital version out of it. We soon found out that this is partly interesting. However, if you only make it digital, it has no use for nobody. So we wanted to make one step further, and we found out that there is a lot of work on harvesting, and there is much less work on automatic pruning, because it's such a hard problem, or people think it's such a hard problem. So we went indeed for apple orchards for sort of the automatic pruning case, and then we are now trying to collect data in order to do that, and I will show you how far we are with that respect. So what's the current situation? So in the Netherlands we have a lot of orchards, but I think all over the world apples is a very easy grown tree, which is grown I think everywhere in Europe, in the States, but many countries. So it's I think one of the most valuable crops currently in the world. What we see in the Netherlands is that, but also I think in other parts, is that the people who currently own an orchard, they are getting older. They need to sort of bring this knowledge to the family. Often families don't want to be in this industry anymore. So where you used to have this knowledge around pruning a tree and that people could do this knowledge is disappearing. And basically the other problem is, in order to help, because the amount of hectares of your farm is getting so big that you anyway need to find external workers, you get problems with cost, with finding people, with training people, and with housing. And sort of our goal was to first start, can we collect this knowledge, and then can we make sort of a digital version of this knowledge, and then later on we hope to slowly go towards robotic support, and then maybe at a certain point full autonomy. So that is a little bit what we hope to do in our future, and I would like to present where we are. And what we saw is currently we basically have sort of this virtual reality where you can literally prune a tree yourself. That has some advantages for us. We want to still have this digital orchard, and we believe that digital orchards might make, for instance, AR and sort of robotics available on a bigger scale. And one of the challenges we still see if you have a robot for one goal, the business case is super hard. So at a certain point, you need to have robots which can do multiple tasks. Otherwise, the business is almost unsustainable. And this is also what we found out together with experts of the Wageningen University. They're telling us, yeah, sort of having robots only for pruning might, although, so if you have an apple, sort of 1/3 of the apple, the cost was from pruning. So you can imagine, and still that business case is hard. So that's, I think, the problem we have currently in agriculture is that margins are thin and it's hard to make good money with this kind of things. So what did we do? So we started in the field. We started sort of making these LiDAR scans of the orchard at the Wageningen University. Wageningen has its own sort of experimental orchard where we got access to us because our institute is working together with Wageningen. We started making LiDAR scans. We use two systems. One is sort of a more robotic system where you already have these trees which are sort of grown sort of in a 2D system, we call it. And the other is sort of the more original spindle. It's, I think the English word spil is the Dutch word. I'm not sure for other languages, sorry. It's more the tree which is currently mostly planted in the Netherlands, which if you go to a Dutch orchard, you will find this kind of apple tree. So we use these systems to sort of learn our systems. So we went from sort of having these point clouds to making sort of these wireframe structures. I think one of the other talks was also saying that. And then we are now in the process of sort of determining these cut decisions, where to cut these trees. And really, if you look at that tree and the scissors, they are on really the wrong place, but okay. And then we want to go towards robotics and towards sort of planning this robotic on a robotic vehicle. But we believe that sort of the vehicles are already there. We've seen the talk before me. So we don't want to make a platform, we want to make an implement. Yeah, in order to do pruning, you have to see what you want to prune. And that's where we started. So we work together with one of the universities here in Belgium, which is the University of Ghent. And we are sort of building up this sensor platform where currently we use 2 high-resolution cameras together with a LiDAR sensor. And also the LiDAR is quite high resolution. It's higher compared to a lot of LiDARs you currently see in the field. So it's 180 beam. And so why do we want to have this resolution? So in talking to sort of the people who are pruning, there are 2 things important. One is sort of this overarching structure of the tree, but the other thing is sort of these very tiny details like flower buds and leaf buds. And you need to, on the one hand, capture these kind of tiny details, but on the other hand, you need to have this bigger structure and you have to have this bigger knowledge of sort of the tree structure. And this setup, we think we can do that. And that is by smartly combining sort of these high resolution point clouds together with these detailed images. That's the way we think we can move forward and have these details which are good enough for a pruner to make a decision on first on the virtual level and then later on the real level. So after that, we already went one step further. So here you see a scanned-in orchard. And yeah, it's nice that you sort of are able to have a high-resolution scan. But after the scan, you also need to know where the wires are, because in the Netherlands we have wires in our orchards. You need to know poles, you want to know the ground and the water line. So basically we have here an algorithm, and you see it's not perfect. So here, for instance, the water line and the wires are sort of mixed together. But you see that we can, with machine learning, which is sort of my field, we can sort of separate the different classes with each other. You also see that there is this yellow class. This yellow class is currently not for machine learning, but what we did is we combined the scan of before and after pruning. And in yellow, you see very clearly what has been pruned. And basically, we can already use this to learn the machine learning. I think also what the other group did. The big question there is how much of these trees do you need in order to have an accurate enough system to do accurate enough decisions. And on the other hand, you might want to also go again closer to this agricultural domain where you have these experts and you want to have for them not just a black box saying, hey, you need to prune this, but you want to have sort of an explanation saying, I want to prune it in a certain way. So another thing we were able to do is sort of make multiple scans over the year. So next to only making a scan before and after pruning, we can also start monitoring the effect on the of the pruning on the growth of the tree. And that, so often we get, if we have discussions with pruning experts, we get, yeah, we have these rules. Are they optimal? We don't know. We cannot measure, we cannot, and these kind of things allow them to have these discussions. One of the discussions I had with the pruner was at a certain point around the yellow things. And we were apparently not entirely clear that it wasn't for machine learning. So he started like, this one is good, this one is not good. And we're like, one of your colleagues did this, we didn't. But although he didn't have all the details, he was able to pretty much verify how good we did. So that was sort of a nice sort of validation, a conversation with this kind of pruner. So another thing which I got sort of this opportunity to work with a VR lab, which is at Wageningen. And what we created is that we can load in these trees into a VR environment. We can give somebody a scissor in VR, so you have your controller, which you can use as a scissor, and you can literally prune a tree in front of me. And so the nice thing is this gives us sort of this feedback from an expert, why he pruned the tree and what kind of reasoning he did. And currently we are talking with some experts and also with some education institutes around this. They're telling us it's not good enough, it doesn't contain the flower buds. Okay, I know, we are improving this. But this is really one of these tools where you make sort of the education, but it also allows you to have this feedback for your sort of robot in order to learn this. So after this, we went, how do we go further? Because we want to go towards the robotic field. So we contacted the VUB around sort of what can you do with the data we have. So together with them, we developed sort of this pipeline so we can go from these point clouds to meshes, and these meshes can be loaded into their collision models. So that basically allows robots to plan where they want to prune without having sort of to collide with other branches. And later on, we can also load in sort of the wires and other structures into this thing. And I got a cool video of, I think, the tree loading into this Pi bullet, and the Pi bullet is sort of our robot simulation environment where we can load in all this data and then we can have these accurate trees. One of the things which I found interesting to hear at a certain point is like, this is a lot of information for us robotic people. Can you maybe make it a little bit less? So we are still sort of in, because yeah, in order to, so our sensors give a lot of data, but we also need to, on the robotic side, understand how much data can we have, can we simplify stuff, how to do this correctly. So that's ongoing progress. I think one of the cool things they already created is this notion that if you want to cut, in our case, the cut decision is basically sort of a point on the branch and sort of the vector where the branch is going through. But for planning, that's a difficult concept to understand. So you basically, you can plan your arm in sort of an entire sort of, like shown there, in an entire sort of circle around it. And if you take that kind of knowledge into account, then you basically, so this is not taking that knowledge into account, you fail more. Well, if you take this kind of knowledge into account, you have a higher success rate and you have a better speed. And so, yeah, one of the challenges is that these trees are quite big. So we probably need multiple robot arms, but here, so we limit it to a certain area which the robot arm can reach. But we basically are already creating these kind of simulations models where the robot is reaching the spots quite quickly and can plan around also not hitting sort of the main structure of the tree, which is shown in red. So that's, I think, that's work of Garone, which is quite nice and which we can now take steps further in order to sort of make this. So currently we are looking into how to make this in practice, and one of the, I think, first designs, oh, it's running again, sorry. One of the first designs is we want to make something small, so maybe put something quickly on the robotic car, and not go for the apple trees, but go for a little bit smaller trees in the beginning. You can think of vineyards, and then later on look at apple trees, but then have maybe multiple robot arms together. The problem in the Netherlands is that we don't have good vineyards, so I'm still a little bit puzzling how I'm going to solve that, or that we have a slightly different setup, which is slightly bigger. But these are some initial sort of drawings we are making, and also we are looking into, can we use these kind of, yeah, basically what they use in the field, just in the robotics, with this kind of printed material in order to yeah, use a tool like that just for normal robot arm. So I think that was my presentation. If there are questions, let me know.
Thank you very much, Bas. So we have a first question. Is the virtual reality environment for pruning publicly available?
Currently not yet. We are still, it's partly we are still developing. We're also looking with some parties who want to, yeah, we got some questions from parties if they can use it. So one of the cool things is we got a question from a museum in the Netherlands, which is sort of in the fruit region, that they have sort of this as a demo. But yeah, and we are looking together with sort of education institutes in the Netherlands to make it sort of an educational tool. Mm-hmm. But we didn't make it available yet for everybody.
Okay. And I was curious at One Planet also related to the question we got before, how do you address the assessment of the technologies that the sustainability from an environmental perspective of the technologies that you develop? Do you have practices, processes, or standards that you apply for all projects that you lead?
I think because we are working on different kind of projects, we have standards where we check ourselves too. And sort of the key technologies. And here we believe that robotics can also overcome some of the current problems in the field, although we also are aware that robotics might have energy and other kind of less sustainable things. But make this trade-off, and yeah, on the health side, there are other trade-offs to make there.
Okay, thank you. Question in the audience, maybe? Yes. Let me run to you.
Just a curiosity, in your opinion, is possible to achieve information from the pruning? I mean, in a virtual orchard, I can put real people, agriculturists maybe with a lot of experience, that start to pruning virtually the tree, and there is an artificial intelligence network that learn how to prune the tree, maybe.
So that's one of our future visions is, for instance, that say you have an orchard, that you have often a couple of easy decisions, so the robot can do them themselves, and then your experts can make the more difficult decisions. So they get this sort of this digital orchard. They can, so if the robot sort of starts doubting, they can say, hey, I'm going to prune here because the expert is now telling me this information, and then you can again learn from this expert knowledge around that decision. So that's one of the futures we have in mind. We don't want to, because you have already not so much experts, we don't want them to do the full thing, although, because then you can better sort of do a scan before and after in our case.
All right, thank you. Another question? Okay, I have one that is maybe, yeah, I think fostering your own opinion on this. It was mentioned several times that farms increase in size. Does that cater towards automation, or could there be benefits in smaller farms?
Yeah, so in pricing, it caters to automation, I think, because you can do a bigger investment. I think where smaller farms might be interesting is in sort of going towards other crop mixtures. And that you not only sort of do apples, but you do mixtures of things. But also there, it might be that is also beneficial for bigger farms. But I'm not in the farm economics, so it's still hard to say. But we are seeing anyway, if the farms are bigger, the investment can be bigger.
All right, thank you very much. So then a round of applause again for Bas. Thank you very much for your time. So with my colleagues Bram van der Bocht and also Anne Jacobs, a few years ago, we had early discussions about sustainable robotics, and I think you illustrated one of the key questions that start this question of, is robotics sustainable, or how can robotics be used for sustainability? Is the question also of trade-offs. You also need to make trade-offs. You need to find a balance between the benefits of your system versus its potential also risks. And another challenge that we encountered is also, how do you define sustainability? When you hear sustainable development, it's an adjective related to development, not necessarily sustainability in itself. So it's my pleasure today to maybe hear also what could sustainable and sustainability means for agrobotics. And we have the pleasure of having Professor Yael Edan. She's also amazingly a BrIAS senior fellow here with us for a few weeks. She's from the Ben-Gurion University of the Negev in Israel, where she's the head of the Intelligent Robotics Laboratory and director of the Agricultural, Biological, and Cognitive Robotics Initiative. She is also internationally renowned for her research in such areas as agricultural robotics and human-robot collaboration. Perfect. Thank you. The floor is yours.
And design is in today's presentation. Great presentation from Bologna. And up to now, we're more or less dealing only with the challenges and with the technicalities. So we're basically after 35 years of agricultural robotics, and I've been there since the start, with a lot of different developments in the different types of fields. So we have in the crops, we have also in livestock. We didn't talk much here about livestock operations, and actually livestock operations is the first success of commercial agriculture. Robot in milking robots was really the first success way back. But there's a lot of work that has been done in field preparation, in crop care, harvesting, in the field, orchard, greenhouses, and in the whole span of livestock operations. And if we take into perspective, agricultural robotics R&D started when precision agriculture started in agriculture. We called it Agriculture 3 in the late 80s, early 90s. And I'll get back to that a bit later. We're currently in Agriculture 4 in digital farming, and we have some commercial robots entering, and we're looking to the future. So we're here looking into the future, into smart farming, into agriculture 5, and we need to lay out the foundations for this to happen. In agriculture 3, we're the first robots that came into beginning, and we were there at the beginning with our melon harvester there way back, apple harvester, citrus harvester, started development in the late 80s. We still don't have any commercial machine today, okay? The first commercial robot, as I mentioned, in agriculture came in 1992. It was the development started together with the harvesters. They're already commercial for over 30 years now. In practice, in farms, bought almost everywhere. So this is agriculture 3, and I'm giving the equivalence to industry 3, where we had a lot of automation, computer and electronics. In agriculture, we have sensors, we have decision support systems coming into concept. We're currently in agriculture 4, which I call digital farming. Basically, this is precision farming in practice, where we have the beginning of IoT cloud systems. We have the first commercial field robots, not for selective operations. We have some selective operations for spot sprayers. We have these autonomous machines, which we saw here. We have a lot of UAVs. And the equivalent in Industry 4 is cyber physical systems, IoT, and networks. We're looking into smart farming, the next generation, where we hope to see swarms of robots. We hope to see a lot of commercial agriculture robots out there in the field. And we will see what is needed in order to get there and in order to be able to develop sustainable agricultural robots. So in order to get from precision farming to smart farming, we have to link agriculture robotics technology with AI, with IoT. If we look at how agriculture is developing, so from agriculture 1 to agriculture 4, basically, we're increasing in the field side. At the beginning, we had no sensory information. Then we had a lot of sensory information, and we're currently getting sensory information at the plant size, not at the field size at a global level. However, we're not closing the loop, okay? And from a control perspective, yes, you have all this massive amount of information coming in, but you're not really doing much with this massive information at the plant level. And that's where we want to go to in agriculture 5. So we want to be able not to only collect the data at the plant level where we are now. We also want to be able to do treatment. We have some start of this in the smart spraying operations, in harvesting, of course, but there's nothing commercial there out there yet. So what we want is to have many of these robots connected together with the sensors, with the IoT, with the AI. We are currently, as I mentioned, I think mostly at agriculture 4, where we have plant information. We're still doing most of our operations at the field. We do have some, and we're in precision agriculture, starting to see robots penetrate into market. Again, regarding collecting data, making sense of the data and applying decisions. So as somebody mentioned before, we want to be able to give a decision when to collect data, when to do an operation, where and how to do the operation, and that's where we aim to get at the individual plant for the smart farming operations. So the agricultural robotics requirements for agriculture 5, we need automation, we need intelligence, and we need all these to be connected together. And I'll try to give a state of the art where we are and where we aim to be. So I take it from different aspects, and it's based on Sparkle's, one of the deliverables on locomotion, manipulation, and we go from fully dependent to fully autonomous, okay? So one is fully dependent, the system is driven, not aware of surroundings. 5, we have a fully autonomous system, as we saw here before. Manipulation, again, the low level of automation where we're fully developed. We have fixed actions, we don't take into account the surroundings. So 5, we have everything autonomously. And this is for locomotion and manipulation. And in senses, we have low levels and high levels. So at the low level, there's no sensing. And at the high level, there's a lot of sensing, knowledge decisions, cloud information, IoT, and so on. And again, from the fleet level, or low level, we only have a single robot. And where we aim to be and where we should be, and I totally agree, is that we should have these multiple small robots, first from a sustainability aspect, also from a modularity and scale-up aspect for the farmer, and from a sustainability aspect for sure for the ground and for the earth. And it also gives us the robustness, because we will never get to 100% function in the tough, complex agriculture environment. So by having these multiple simple systems, we can build up the robustness. So let's see where we are, and I'm just giving a couple of examples, and I'll probably boost up my presentation with some of the great examples we saw here. But if we look at different types of field crops machines, so for an example where we do have localized operations, the Blue River herbicide spraying of weeds, we have manipulation. Locomotion is still driven mostly by a person. Of course, you can hook it up easily to an autonomous tractors. Those are out there. If I look at the seed master, so we have high locomotion, and manipulation is very, very low, not individual. I mean, we have individualized planting, but there's no intelligence in this planting. And there's some site-specific harvesters out there, very few, I mean, in research, there's a lot. In practice, out in the field, farmers that buy, nothing. So we need your system out there hooked with the elements. In vineyards, wow, a lot of research. Many of the research has been done in citrus, apples, vineyards, high-value crop. Still, we don't see many commercial systems out there. So if we look at the optimum harvester, locomotion is at the 2 level, manipulation is at 2 level, no fleets. If we look at our sprayer, we have localized the same thing, locomotion 2, manipulation 2. Yes, we can bring it up to autonomous, and there are autonomous systems out there. The fleet operation of the mechanical weed remover is increasing there, so they do have a fleet of operation. And the locomotion in the vine boat, which was developed for monitoring, for phenotyping and monitoring insects and so on, is at a very, very high level. Greenhouse harvester or sweeper robot together with Wagengen. Locomotion was 3, so there was autonomous navigation of the robot along the rows. There was intelligence in the manipulation. Project finished 4 or 5 years ago, still no commercial system out there, and I don't project a commercial system out there in the next 4 or 5 years. So maybe in 2030 when we get there. We had a presentation here regarding tomatoes. Another development, Metomotion, Israeli company, developing, again, same level of locomotion, same level of manipulation. Well, is it commercial? No, not yet. Is it developed, full feasibility proven, everything working? Yes, but still you need to further develop. Orchard harvesters, as I mentioned, there's been a lot of work out there since the late 80s. One promising commercial system with a different concept, and I agree, we need to change our concept and we need to change our mindset in how do we develop, and I'll go into that in my presentation later. Tevel, small drones going there, a fleet of drones going there to harvest cheap, robustness, and you don't need to deal with all these obstacles that are going around and can be easily exchanged. And indoor farming, yes, it's more easy. It's almost an industry. You can get more into systems that have high locomotion, high manipulation, and so on. So where are we? Yes, we have proven the automation. We have proven the technical feasibility has been proven all over the place in many, many research programs. And platforms that have operated in the field, okay? I'm not talking about things that are in the lab. All these systems operate in the field. But they're single task, one big limitation, and they have limited performance, okay? The cycle time is not there, the harvest success is not there, and I'm talking about the most advanced systems. Maybe you get to 80%, on average it's 66%, and the cycle times are not there for anything. And limited testing. Most of the systems were tested in one cultivar, one season, one environment. Yes, they were tested out in the field, but not multiple rotations, and there's a big problem in this. So after these years, we have limited robotic systems. Yes, automated. We have proven the technical feasibility. It's feasible to develop an agricultural robot. We have limited performance and unfeasible economics. We have the automation, so we have the locomotion, the manipulation, the sensing for a single task. Okay, now we need the adaptivity, we need the flexibility to get this to multiple tasks. We do not have yet a planning optimization of all these vehicles. There has been some planning on a fleet or organization in the field, and we do not have robots for multiple tasks. So what do we need to do in order to get from the current situation to smart farming? We need to increase the automation, increase the intelligence, increase the connective, and take care. I have not mentioned yet sustainability. So in order to overcome the limited performance, we need to simplify the task, we need to enhance the robot, and we need to define requirements. We need to increase the intelligence, and we need to increase the automation. And this is just at the low level of technical feasibility. Simplifying the task, and we had some excellent examples here. There's different ways you can simplify the task. You can use modified cultivation system, and yes, we do need to develop the crop for the robot. We cannot just throw in the robot, okay? And that's also the traditional practice in industrial robotics, okay? I'm from industrial engineering. Industrial robotics, you do not take a robot and put it on the industrial floor. You change the whole floor to fit the robot. In agriculture, you must change. You must change the crop concept. That's the only way we'll get a robot into the field. And you can do this, okay? We had a great work with Pulse Station in which we showed which crop of pepper is best fit for robotic harvesting. You need to make sure that you can see the fruit. Okay, look at the strawberries. I can try and make a robotic strawberry harvester for harvesting on the land. It's totally complex. Why not change and grow the crop so I can just easily see, and then it's not a problem for the robot. I can develop you mentioned before the orchard, the 2D orchard. Yes, that's the only way to go for a robotic system. Otherwise, it's a no-go. We can solve it. Automatic control, advanced systems, yes, it won't be commercial. It won't be robust. It won't be feasible. I should develop a crop that doesn't have these 3 stages of ripeness peppers on one branch. I should try and get a production that ripens the pepper equally along the season. And then I can also increase my performance measures. I can use supportive mechanisms, okay? So I can use a blower in order to see the melons and blow the leaves away. Yes, I can probably solve the problem also without a blower, and yes, we prove we can do it, and mostly at nighttime using infrared sensors. But why? I can just use a blower. I can use a flashlight, and then I can use some advanced imaging algorithms, flash, no flash, and detect the fruit. So we need to make the problem as simple as possible. We need to enhance the robot, of course. We need to improve the sensing. We need to improve the adaptation and learning. We must have the human in the loop, okay? And we need to look into more specialized hardware and alternative designs. So adaptation learning, okay? We need to make sure, if we want to make a multiple task robot, we need to make sure that it's easy to adapt from one season to another season, from one type of pepper to another type of pepper. And this requires a lot. I've been dealing a lot in deep learning with a lot of huge agriculture data sets. When you go to a new field, it doesn't work. So we need to change our concept. Yes, deep learning is a solution, but it won't solve our problems in agriculture. We need to find algorithms that are able to learn based on small data sets online, slowly, okay? Because that's the only way, because otherwise when we go to a new field, the farmer won't know how to train smartly all his data. We need multiple sensors. We need active perception, so we need to know where to look for the fruit. And we need to dynamically do sensing on a line. We need to increase the intelligence. Another area we need to increase human-robot collaboration. There is no point in making a robot that works 100%. And we heard this before from the farmer. The farmer will never allow the robot to autonomously enter his greenhouse, and he won't be there. He needs the green thumb. He needs to feel the system. So why aim to develop such a complicated robot? We're only at 80% detection. Let's develop a robot that is only at 60%. Anyway, there will be humans there. We won't be able to automate all the tasks. We'll be maybe able to automate the harvesting task, or the pruning task, or the spraying task. Okay, anyway, we'll have humans there. So have the robot go in and harvest 60%, 70% of the fruit, and have the humans come after and harvest the remaining in an optimized crop for the optimal robot. And then, of course, human-robot collaboration. We need to integrate the human and help. We saw it in pruning, and this is very, very valuable. We need to make sure that we have learning algorithms that the robots can learn from the humans' demonstrations. We need to start thinking about simple designs. and different designs, and different concepts for design, because most of the designs have been very, very, very traditional. We need to think about simple motions, simple complexities of the mechanical designs, and come in with new designs. But when we're dealing with these technical requirements, we must remember that we must link the robot and the sensing to the crop. Okay, it's not done in isolation. These have to be very, very strongly linked together. And you have to take into account that in agriculture, you will never get to the 1 millimeter accuracy. So you have to design your gripper so you will be able to overcome results and grip the fruit, even if you have plus minus 2 centimeters. The gripper has to have that in the design, and we show this in a very neat type of work that we did. How do you take into account your sensing capabilities when you do the gripper design? So basically, regarding technical requirements, you need to optimize the crop. You need to develop smart robot. You need to keep it simple. If we want robust systems, if we want the farmers to use it, they have to be simple. They have to be safe, okay? You need to take into account the whole aspects of the design, and you need to take into account the human in the loop. Again, we're getting there towards smart farming. We're increasing our connectivity. We're increasing our intelligence. However, we're very, very far away from even thinking about sustainable agricultural robotics. So we've dealt with the economic aspects. We've dealt with the ecological aspects. Yes, there's a lot of work that have been done. We have not hardly at all dealt with the social aspects, and that will be a key factor in order to get robots into market. Regarding the economics, so the economical aspects regarding the sustainability of agricultural robotics, we've dealt with the technical, the operational, and the economics, partially, not fully. Again, we've just started to see these concepts, but do you develop a fleet of small robots or one huge robot? Do you develop a multitask robot or a single task robot? And this has to be taken into account from an economic, operational perspective. However, as I mentioned before, you definitely do not, and that's, I think, where we are struggling at. Most of the systems to date try to work for getting a system that is 100%. And no, we should go for a system that is 60%, 70%, have 3 robots that complement, that go anyway. You'll need more than 1 robot in the field. So have several robots that perform less. You'll get a simpler system, a more cost-effective system. You'll integrate modularity, and you'll integrate robustness. And robustness is a key factor for a farmer, because a farmer will not risk. If the robot fails, his whole season is gone. Okay, so he needs multiple robots anyway there. What do we need to do with the social aspects? So when we're developing a sustainable agricultural robotics, we need to take into account the technical, the economical, and other requirements. And these other requirements are only starting to be developed. When we heard before, there's basically no standards, no requirements. How do you get these robots into the field? How do you make you get into safety standards where robots are working together with humans in the field? How do you get the farmer? And we're not considering the farmer in the design, okay? Only in recent projects, we have started to really integrate them from the beginning. One of the huge failures of the commercial milking robot was the technology was out there way before. There was one failure in one farm where the robot stopped, and then all the farmers, nobody wanted to hear. They said, we're not risking our cows. We cannot risk our cows. And it took a decade until they started to penetrate into market. So one robot that will, and we saw the same thing with autonomous vehicles, one crash or one robot that will, I'm not talking about losing the season, I'm talking about safety, and will throw out the whole idea for a long time. We need to take into account the safety, the legal issues, the business model. Okay, is this a service like we have in some places, tractors that go past through the different fields, all the logistic aspects, and so on. So all this has to be starting at the scratch, from the design perspective, in order that we start getting into sustainable robotics. Not only the technical issues and not only the design issues. So if we really want to get there to Agriculture 5, we really need to include the economics, the ecological, and the social aspects in order to be linked into all these data, into all these sensors, into all these technical developments that are out there and we're all dealing with and we are all developing, but this has to be done. So again, Agriculture 5 is currently talking about automation, intelligence, connectivity, the same thing as Industry 5. We need to add there the sustainability, and we need to add there from design, from the basis, from the scratch. How do you include the sustainability in the actual design of agriculture robotics? Of course, sustainable agricultural robotics depends on where agricultural robotics be. So I said did smart farming maybe in 2030, agriculture in 2050. That's my prospect where it will be commonly available like it's currently in industry. So we still have 20 years of research ahead of us. We'll start seeing robots penetrate into market. And again, I'm talking for a wide range of tasks. Yes, there's a lot of robots out there, but for very, very, very limited tasks, most farmers do things they're manually. And of course, a lot depends also on agriculture. In 2050, we might see a total type of agriculture where everything is in smart farms, in closed farms, in indoor farms, and so on. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Yael. I think you brought a lot of energy for the last presentation, and I think you illustrated something that I personally like in the robotics world is a no-nonsense approach. Was straight to the point, so thank you very much. So maybe to the floor for the brave. Do you have a question? We received one also on the chat. So does someone have a question? Okay, so I will go then with the question that was asked. Is after 40 years of development, it seems that we're not there yet. So, and there are quite a lot of disappointments along the road. So where do you think we are heading, and do you have any tips or clues for what does the future hold in terms of development? Do you think we will get there at some point soon or in the longer time?
Okay, so first of all, I think we're not, it was not disappointments. I think the agriculture vision was way ahead of time. Okay, so we visioned, I'm talking late 80s, agricultural robots, even before computer vision was really strongly out there and proved technical feasibility already 35 years ago, technical feasibility out in the field. Okay, I'm talking about robots, the apple harvest, the citrus harvest, melon harvest, were working in the field. The problem is commercial, is economics, okay, and we have to face it. And even if we look at, okay, so if we're looking, agricultural robotics is the most toughest robot to deal with, because if you're looking at space robotics, defense robotics, so you have the unstructured object, the unstructured environment, but you're paying millions of dollars. For an agricultural robot, nobody will pay. Medical robots came into practice, what, 20 years ago, 10 years ago? They have a very structured environment, okay? Everything is controlled. They have an unstructured object, okay? And they're paying a high expense for the robots. Agricultural robots is dealing both with unstructured object and unstructured environment. You cannot control it. Whatever you want to say, I mean, you can have better conditions, but it's uncontrolled even in the greenhouse. But you're not paying those costs. So it will come, okay? Because technology now is out there. We have this strong computing, we have these sensors. I would say in another 10 years, as prospected, in 2030, smart farming will be there. Now the need for example, why did the milking robot succeed? Okay, it's the same technology, okay? As the harvesting robots. Why did it succeed? Because there was a desperate need, number one. So the robot releases the farmer that he can go away. Otherwise, the farmer had to be at home 24/7. He could not go for one day away, okay? And the cost of a milking parlor is expensive. So he replaced one high cost by another high cost, which also released it, okay? A tractor is expensive. Okay, but a tractor does this one single operation. So we will see it, I would say, around 2030. In another 5-10 years, it will start to be commercialized. But I think systems like, not these huge systems, low-cost systems, specialized systems.
I have a kind of provocatory question. So are drones, in your opinion, really needed to harvest apples? Or, so it's a provocatory question because to me there is the big risk that trying to push into the market fancy technologies that are not really solving the problem. The risk is what we mentioned before in the milk autonomous system, that maybe you destroy the acceptance of this kind of technology, also serious technologies, for 20 years, making the challenge of, again, pushing robotics into the field even more difficult. So a couple of questions. And from a technical viewpoint, do you believe that drones, I'm mentioning the Tavel product, are really needed to harvest apples? And second question, do you believe that there is really the risk that pushing technologies that are just fancy and not really solving problems could destroy the market for the next 20 years?
So regarding drones and harvesting, I think there's a problem of efficiency. Okay, so especially if you realize the amount of apples that are on a tree, it's an enormous amount, and it will take a lot of effort. So you need, first of all, in order for a robot to be able to harvest, and really apple harvesting was one of the first robots that they started to develop 1984, 85, something like that. So for apple harvesting, you first of all need to change the orchard. You need to really make it a 2D orchard and probably have multiple arms in order to harvest. The drone, the advantage is that it can do a lot of monitoring. So the drones in agriculture can do a lot of monitoring even in the orchard. There's a great project now in Northern Europe, Ferox, where they're using drones for berries harvesting with humans. The humans are doing the harvesting. The drones are just collecting the information, guiding the humans where to go, and transferring the heavy packets. Okay, so for drones, yes. For harvesting, I think there's a problem of efficiency, especially for apples or citrus, or it might be for other high-value products. But here the load is there's a lot. The advantage, though, is multiple small systems. And I think that's the concept. You need multiple small systems. You won't be able to have this heavy robot that goes into the field and then you're risking that something is not working. Your second question, yes, I think we have to be very, very careful. I think we should advance slowly but surely. So advance with technologies for monitoring, for spraying, and that's what's going on. But providing also small systems for the small farmer. So providing modular systems that maybe you can get a small such vehicle and then have a bigger one, or have two, probably preferable than one bigger one. Have two systems. If you have a bigger farm, you buy two systems, which gives you also robustness. If one fails, you can simply exchange. So I would go and start really for cases where there is success and integrate the farmer in the loop. Okay, so there's an excellent EU project, also Wageningen, ROPS for crops, where the whole idea there is that they're integrating the farmers from scratch, from the very beginning. Farmers are there in the loop, and I think that's very important for the technology. And to develop simple systems that work.
All right, I had many questions, but I think there's a beauty in finishing right on time. So thank you all. Thank you to all the speakers. Thank you, Yael. Thank you, the organizers. Thank you very much.